but it's that acceleration. It's 0 to 60 right now. It's getting to the edge. How long does that last for Jahmyr Gibbs?
Where is he at 27, 28 years old?
Right. When you lose a half of a step as a running back, for him, it's probably still elite speed and elite explosion. But if you lose a step, if you lose that ability to just, hey, a line of scrimmage, there's nothing there, and then I'm going to bounce it to the edge, and I just run past everyone, how long does that last? I just don't think, and if there's an injury, now he's been very fortunate to this point. He's not been injured. If he's sharing the load, and you've already said he needs to get more of the load over Montgomery. How long does Montgomery?
Yeah.
Is he still effective?
Yeah.
How long is he around? Does Gibbs eventually become the feature back, the only back that they go to, and he's a 25 touch a game guy? How long can he stay healthy? How long can he have his superpower of blazing speed?
So of this list, the guys that they have the longest time to make the decision on are Gibbs and Campbell. So that's where our fork in the road is. Let's get the ticket text, 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your thoughts on that coming up next. It's 97.1.
Don't miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or to simply put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay. Put down a little for a chance to win something big. If you don't already have a FanDuel account, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started today with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ticket text flooding in. We asked you to pick 3. Today could be a day for a Lions extension. It was a year ago. Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown were extended the day before the NFL draft. We all agree Hutch should be extended this offseason, so we've left him out of the exercise. Although people have texted in about it if they have any reservations. We don't. But of the next group of Lions that Brad Holmes has drafted, you can only pick 3. And the names you're choosing from, John, are J-Mo, Joseph, Branch, Laporta, Gibbs, and Campbell. You and I both picked Laporta and Branch.
Yep.
I picked Gibbs. You picked Campbell. Some of the ticket text. I honestly don't want to pay Kirby.
Even when we're talking about an all-pro, I also think what he does for the defense, he plays so many different positions and is so much more versatile.
John in the truck, you got to keep both of them, Branch and Joseph.
Okay, so then are you not keeping J-Mo, Laporta, and
Gibbs?
You're
keeping none of the offensive weapons for one of the best offenses in football?
Right, and a quarterback that needs weapons.
Suppose you could keep one of the weapons and not keep Jack Campbell for the exercise.
Well, so you're pick between Laporta and Gibbs. Gibbs is clearly the bigger impact right now. But what is it and we know Brad Holmes thinks about the future, as he should. What is the impact in 5 years?
But Brad has shown that he doesn't care about positional value. That's why he drafted Gibbs to begin with.
In drafting, yes.
Yeah, well, if this was a hang-up, it would have been an issue drafting
Well, there's
him.
clear positional value because you're going to pay Gibbs different than you pay Laporta,
right.
Different than Branch, different from Jack Campbell.
Right, so actually when it comes time to extend Jahmyr Gibbs, they may elect to not do the franchise tag or the 5th, well, they can apply it into the 5th year and extend him at a lower number than, say, a J-Mo or a Laporta or even some of these safeties. Running backs are cheaper. That factors into choosing to extend Gibbs of this group, too.
And I've always thought that, too. When people talk about the Eagles and they added Saquon Barkley, all right, yes, it was a big add, but it's half the cost of adding a dominant edge player.
Or a guard, even. I mean, they pay the guards significantly more.
Right. When we talk about adding Trey Hendrickson, everybody says, oh, well, the Eagles added Saquon Barkley. All right, well, if you add Trey Hendrickson, it's going to be near $40 million a year. What was it to add Saquon Barkley? 20.
And not
half
all,
the cost.
Honestly, not all in 1 year, though. I don't think he made 20.
Well, his cap hit wasn't that, but yeah. that's
Let's some of the gamesmanship here. But anyway, let's get more of these ticket texts. 248-539-9797 says, enough with the franchise tag talks. It's a locker room killer. It won't be used to shoehorn talent into staying here.
I don't think it's a locker room killer. I mean, it's a guaranteed money. And every player wants
a 5-year deal as opposed to a
more guaranteed money, yes.
But are we saying Brad Holmes is never going to use one of the tools in the tool belt to help keep the team together? Because that would feel foolish.
Yeah.
Texter says, I get that Hutch is coming back from a similar injury in college, but how many times does he have to snap his leg before we start to talk about it being a concern?
Well,
Third time, maybe. Full disclosure, I still want to extend him, but I think it's okay to talk about the injury.
He has no more legs to snap. I mean, he snapped both of them.
Okay. He's bionic now. There's really nothing more that can happen.
Yeah.
On that list, I'm only extending Hutchinson and Branch. Safety, running back, linebacker, 3 least valuable positions in the NFL. I'm not paying 2 safeties top of the market, and I'm not paying big money to a tight end. So pay nobody.
I guess just keep going to
the
draft. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's why this week's so important.
Well, and if you think about that draft too, right? It was Jahmyr Gibbs, it was Jack Campbell, Laporta, and Branch.
All in the same draft.
I would not expect in future years for Brad Holmes to be able to draft 4 Pro Bowlers in one draft, let alone a couple of All-Pros.
People just going rapid fire with names. Gibbs, Laporta, Branch. Gibbs, Branch, Kirby. Gibbs, Laporta, Branch. A lot of Gibbs. In fact, most people have Gibbs in their 3.
I get that.
Because they see him right now as one of the 3 best players of the group. And this team's built on running the football, and he's their most dangerous runner. If they're going to win a Super Bowl, a lot of it's going to be on his back.
Okay, well, 3 best players of the group. If we're going to sit there and rank the best players of the group, Gibbs is number 1.
Yes.
But Gibbs plays running back. I'm sorry, but there is an expiration date. Not everyone is Barry Sanders or Walter Payton or Emmitt Smith. They're not always as durable. We're talking about a very small, finite number of individuals that remained durable and productive for more than 7-8 years.
Jameer's 23. Barkley's 28 and still doing it. Another 5 good years out of Jahmyr Gibbs. 2 of them are under contract already.
Right, and
that's where
you also have other tools that you can use.
Ticket Texture says, Jack's a dime a dozen as an off-ball linebacker. He ain't Fred Warner. He can be replaced. You're not finding another Gibbs that easy.
Okay, but you also have to take into context the fact that Alex Anzalone, probably not here maybe more than, a year or two playing at that level. Derek Barnes is certainly not at that level, and they extended him.
Texter says Gibbs should have increased workload only in the playoffs. Otherwise, split the carries, get him to the finish line. Did John put dum-dum juice in his coffee this morning? Gibbs is the best offensive threat we've had since Calvin, and he would extend a linebacker instead of him. Gibbs has the peak of his career ahead, and you're already talking about injuries slowing down. Insanity. Keep your best players, dum-dum.
Hey,
I don't think he thinks you're very smart.
Yeah. Apparently not, yes. Is that a new nickname?
Got to fight back against the anti-nickname crowd. The cap goes up every year. We don't have to let anyone walk. But if we do, I'd let J-Mo go. I love the we can keep everybody crowd.
Oh, right. I mean, you simply can't keep everyone. And it's the same crowd that wants to keep everyone. And then when you ask them, oh, well, should you trade for Trey Hendrickson? Yeah! Trade for him and extend him.
I'm going to give Kirby Joseph record-setting safety money and then give Brian Branch record-setting safety money and then give Laporta record-setting tight end money and then give J-Mo, high-dollar wide receiver money. And it's going to be okay because sunshine and rainbows.
Well,
I didn't even mention Gibbs and Campbell. There's a reason we've laid out 6 names plus Hutchinson, plus you already are paying Sewell and St. Brown record receiver and tackle money. Goff is not a cheap quarterback.
No.
I know the deal is going to age well, but you're not getting a discount at quarterback either.
Well, you're
Guys,
already going to be
everybody
reworking Goff's deal next year.
Right.
Because his cap number, I think, next year is like $70 million. That's not going to happen. And I'm not saying he's not going to be here, but you're going to rework that deal to lower that number.
I let Gibbs and Laporta go. Running backs are a dime a dozen. You look at this draft alone, there's almost 10 solid deep tight ends as well. No way we'd let Jack Campbell go. It's so hard to get a linebacker like him. It's the contradictory text. I mean, there is real conflict with this. This is what makes it such a fun conversation is you have to make tough decisions.
And I think if, given true serum, would Brad Holmes like to find a way to keep them all? Sure.
Yes.
Would you and I both like to find a way? I don't want to let good players go. But you got to play the odds at some point.
We'll keep taking ticket techs on this game. You got to pick 3 Lions to keep from the group. Could get contract extensions any day now. We did a year ago on this day. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Padres beat the Tigers 2-0. A second-inning homer was all the offense they needed as San Diego rallied behind their starting pitcher Nick Pivetta. He tossed 7 innings, allowing just 4 base runners. Jack Flaherty quickly shook off the early long ball, though, and finished his 6th-inning outing with 9 strikeouts. Reliever Chase Lee called up before the game and made his Major League debut. The first batter he faced was slugger Manny Machado, who lined into a double play. In the 9th, he surrendered a pair of walks and hit a batter to load the bases with 2 outs. He stranded them all with a strikeout, though, of Mason McCoy to end the inning. Lions safety spoke to Fox 2 about his contract talks with the team. That's Kirby Joseph, of course. That was before his first pitch at the Padres-Tigers game. The Professional Women's Hockey League is believed to announce expansion teams today. In the past, Detroit has been rumored as a potential landing spot with the success of their takeover tour at Little Caesars Arena, but Vancouver and Seattle are expected cities reportedly getting teams in the announcement. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon, and 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, some of you know this because you've tried to call in the last hour. Our phones are down. Mm-hmm. So we got people working their tail off behind the scene to try to fix it. But without a phone,
we have no AJ.
We can't get AJ on the air.
Right now.
Yes. We'll try to figure something out. We're still on the air another couple hours. We'll let you know the updates. But AJ Hinch, potentially, at some point later in the show. John?
Ticket text is still working.
Yes.
And so is Twitch. So, hey, right now, get the keyboards ready.
I love going behind the scenes when we have, some people are like, why point out your problems or just move on? No, people can't call in. This looks like it's going to be a little bit of a while. It's early in the morning to get this fixed. So, Tigers PR, thank you very much. You don't even know this yet.
No.
AJ can't move today. He's got full slate here this morning.
Yeah. Okay.
But he's going to be on the show Friday at 8:02.
Oh, thanks to
a couple
Tigers
guys in
PR,
and as well as AJ said it immediately. So these guys are on the ball, like we're texting right now.
Oh, great.
So he will be on. He adjusted, and not everybody would do that.
No. We're very fortunate right now in the city of Detroit because Dan's always been good with us, flexible with us, gives us stuff. AJ has been good. They're good. They're all good talk. JB has been great. And there's been times where we've had trouble connecting with him, and he's called later or he's called on another day. We've
had Tom McClellan a couple times on.
Very fortunate to have these.
Even though, the season's been uneven, these guys have been cooperative. Yeah, and we've got great coaches in the city right now, so it's a kind of a double win. They're easy to work with, and they're all helping turn these teams around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Friday's kind of loaded.
Yeah, so Friday we'll have draft reaction, throw AJ in there.
A Pistons game.
A Pistons.
So on Twitch, they have some solutions here. One, you just plug in the phones. I don't know if...
Did we try that?
Yes, I actually went into uncharted territory in the rack room. That's with all
the wires.
Yes,
the brain.
Have you been in there before?
I try and avoid that because I can only do harm.
So I unplugged a couple things. We tried to see if it was internal equipment. It is not. So it's nothing's coming into the building. So that requires phone calls. Who knows who's answering phones at 8:00 in the morning? And
about an hour ago, one of the other shows in the building popped their head and goes, "Hey guys," we go.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, we just had a call. Yeah.
Yeah, we had some calls, and then little did we know it was all coming crashing down.
7.
So we would love your suggestions, especially on Twitch. And here's one. I'm sure Stoney left his cell phone. Maybe we could just use that.
Just hold his cell phone up to the mic. Hey, we got AJ on. Here he is.
He gave out his number a couple of years ago. I'm sure we could just use that one.
Imagine what that would sound like.
Holding up a cell phone to the microphone.
I've worked with people in this business that would do that.
You want to name some names or no? Okay.
Yeah. They want to know if you'd be willing to give out your cell phone number.
Yeah, sure. Here you go. Actually, what people want to do is they want to know if I'll take bets on when the phones will get replaced or repaired today.
I mean, you were taking bets on who the next pope is going to be.
What happens first?
Yeah, a new pope or we get phones.
Or the Lions extend one of these guys.
Yes. Aiden Hutchinson, breaking news, or phones back.
So tomorrow we got a Piston game, we got the draft, and it's also Bring Your Kid to Work Day.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow? So I'm actually bringing my youngest, Sam, to work tomorrow morning.
Oh.
So can I bring both of mine?
Yeah. It doesn't
Free
say
daycare?
kids. It says kid.
You got to pick your favorite.
You got to pick your favorite, yeah.
So
or
I'm
at
glad
least rank them. Because, we don't pick our favorites, right? But there is clearly a ranking.
I'm glad this isn't happening tomorrow. Hopefully it's fixed by tomorrow.
Yeah.
Although he will get to see Dad,
the
kind of the responsibilities that you never think of, what I have to deal with.
Oh, yeah. Because I watched you pacing.
Oh, yeah.
So is he excited?
I'm almost sweating.
Is he excited to get up at 4 a.m?
No, he said that last night. That's the only downside. He said, "Welcome to Dad's world."
Yes, yeah. Wait till he meets us.
Never drive in.
Another
There's
downside.
never light when you drive in, ever.
Yes,
ever. So you will be bringing your kid to work, John. Did you know? Are you going to bring one of the army that you have at home?
No, probably will not. I didn't even know it was. But no, they will be in school Got to finish out the school year.
Heather seems open to the free daycare idea
Yeah,
here.
can they just be playing in the corner like that?
Oh, Sam will play with them.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Emily and Teddy could have
that could be
a
fun.
play date.
So I don't consider pets to be children, but
Oh, don't bring in the cat.
no.
No, come on.
Greg says, yeah, bring them in.
Yeah.
Bring them all in.
Texters want to know if we've paid the phone bill, if we've made that effort. It's above my pay grade, but someone should figure that out. Someone says, I can't call in and make fun of cookies. I guess I'll have to text it in. Cats are dumb, Scott and Carlton. Very timely on that ticket text. And this one says, guys, Jim, John, I'm trying to call in and I can't. Signed, AJ Hinch.
Uh-huh.
We're going to be down at the ballpark later
We're
today.
missing an opportunity.
What?
I mean, this is the follow-up to are you doing a good job? Because now he can actually answer that as, hell yeah. What do you think?
Is he doing a good job dialing the phone and calling us?
Yes,
He's doing what he can.
maybe the issue's on the other side of the lines.
Right. That's what I'll do. I'll pick a fight with AJ about it.
What if
You like to pick fights.
What would this happen in the dugout? The phone went out when they're trying to call for the bullpen.
So down to the bullpen?
Oh, yeah, but they got hand signals. Right, that's one of the great things about baseball coaches.
I'm not going to say anything about that.
Yeah, give them the right one. Give me the right hander. Like, I mean, they could just sit there and AJ could stand outside the dugout, wave down to the bullpen, and then just hey, right hand, left hand. That's not that difficult.
Or you could have a runner.
Could have a runner. Yeah. So what? Chris Fetter. Yeah. Here you go. We're gonna time you. Go.
It's not out of the question. They'd have someone run down there. I don't
Parker
know what else
Meadows.
to do.
It's not his arm,
He's
or it's
part of
not
it.
his legs. It's his arm.
Nerves are working in both legs.
Yes.
There you go. Texas says we don't have to hear Cookies upset AJ today, so that's a win.
Yeah.
I have, believe it or not, some very positive questions to ask.
Oh, you did.
I did. Wanted to bring up Javi Baez in a positive light, which I don't think I've ever done in any of the conversations with AJ.
I wonder if we referred to Javi as Javier Baez,
Would it throw him off?
would AJ know who we were talking about?
We were going to pick a bone with him, though. We're going to the game today.
Yes.
And how dare he move the rotation around and inconvenience us? We thought we were going to see a Job start. Instead, we get Reese Olson. Are you a little bummed about this?
I am, and this is not a slight on Reese Olson. Reese Olson's been really good for a couple of years, but when we decided as a show that this is the date that we were going to go together, I looked at it and I thought, all right, here we go, Jackson Jobe. We get a chance to see the new wonder. Going to be sitting behind home plate. We get a chance to see all of the filthy action. And no, we get Reese Olson, the kid that looks like he's 18 years old.
Baby-faced assassin, Reese Olson.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed, but I mean, I'm still excited to go to the game. I can't wait. I'm wearing all my gear. I'm ready to go.
Got your Jansen jersey, Tiger cap.
Has this happened to you as a ticket buyer?
Oh, I'm sure it's happened to people.
Okay, people could say today, right? Hey, you put in Cater Montero, everything bumps back, and you're like, oh man, it was the day game. I wanted to see Jackson Jobe. So okay, we get that. But whether it's a local athlete that you've paid good money, you spent money on, and all of a sudden, hey, day before the game or even day of the game, they're unavailable. They're not playing. Or you bought one because somebody was coming to town.
So the sports it's most likely to happen in are baseball with a starter who gets bumped.
Sure.
Whether that's weather, injury, strategy.
Or maybe you were hoping to see Zach McKinstry yesterday, and he had a rest day.
Yeah, rest day. You got this one game I'm going to.
All those Chip fans.
Right. Best player on the team gets a day off, Zach McKinstry. But yeah, what happened in baseball sometimes with a starter, less often with a position player. The big one is basketball.
Oh, yeah.
So especially when our teams were bad, and you're like, oh, Steph Curry's in town. Mm-hmm. LeBron's in town. Wait, what do you mean he's skipping this one?
Oh, yeah. Is this load management? He's not playing today?
Those are the sports it's most likely to happen in.
Yes. Yeah. And we've seen it in football every once in a while. I don't know if this is not load management, but if you're expecting, I don't know how many people are buying tickets for Taylor Decker or Graham Glasgow or Frank, but all of a sudden, hey, they're supposed to be back, but then their injury extends a week, and it kind of feels like, well, they're just giving them another week of rest.
Texter does say football was an issue. I had season tickets to the Lions last year. I wanted to see JJ in a Vikings uniform. Disappointed, didn't get to see it.
There you go.
Yeah, but you're cool seeing Sam Darnold in a Vikings uniform because that worked out just fine.
Yeah. I'm always cool seeing Sam Darnold in any opponent's uniform.
Ticket Texters have a couple really helpful tips for us. Says, did you turn the phones on and off? And have you attempted carrier pigeon to get a hold of AJ Hinch this morning? We did not try that. So
we did not try carrier pigeon. No.
We'll keep on it.
Yeah. Doesn't make for great conversation. There's always a little gap in between.
Hold on, guys.
Yes.
Coming up next, we'll let the pigeon get back, and we'll let you know what he thinks of his team. 248-539.
Are you guys wearing gear today?
Yeah.
Oh, heck yes.
Tigers gear?
I have so much Tigers gear. Like, I literally have a full closet. Our guest bedroom closet is filled with Tigers stuff.
Wow, super fan.
Well, it's from working there for 10 seasons, 10
but
years.
You kept it, yeah.
So I've got a plethora of things to choose from.
Did you ever think about doing a garage sale with all that?
I will, because some of the stuff doesn't fit me anymore. So I can't wear it anyway. And Colin's like, can we just get rid of this? Because I'd like to use that closet. I'm like, I guess so.
You have a closet full of it?
Yeah, a full, like
a whole
rack.
wall?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, I've got coats, jackets, zip-ups, T-shirts. You name it, I've got it.
Why don't we do like a giveaway? You just show up to the park tonight with like...
I sold a couple of them on
Had the parks
Facebook,
closed.
Yeah.
But
bring out all the weirdos.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Do you have any shoes?
Oh, no.
There's someone thinking that.
No, because she doesn't wash her feet.
But that's why people...
But that's a thing.
Oh,
John,
that is... I'm sorry to break this to you.
Yeah.
So we're bringing our spouses too. I know that your wife can't come because she's working.
Yes,
but Confrontational Colin is coming.
He's
I can't
coming,
wait to see
and
him
so
argue
is
some
my
calls.
dad. And I'm super pumped
Can't
to go
wait
to
to
a
meet
game with
him.
my dad. Yeah, it's going to be fun.
I'm just excited to spend the day with Lisa.
Yeah, it's going to be nice, isn't it?
Yes,
Kids
date
free.
day.
No kids.
Yeah, midday date.
How about that? All right, we got Ticket Text working. We're working on the phones, 248-539-9797. Later in the hour, uncomfortable moments. John, you had one with your kids this weekend.
Oh, boy. Was it uncomfortable? Oh, my goodness.
This is great. It's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Only runs of the night. Tigers lose 2-0. Flaherty was very good outside of that one miss. 9 strikeouts. Tigers looking to win the series today. 1:10 first pitch, 12:45 coverage. We will be there as a show. And we were looking forward to Jackson Jobe. Instead, we get the baby-faced assassin, Reese Olson, asking people if this has happened to them, where you make plans to go for something specific, to see a specific athlete.
At least your chip will be back.
Zach McKinstry? You have the opening lineup?
Well, I don't have the opening lineup, but I'm assuming after a day off.
He'll be back. You can't set a bat as hot as Zach McKinstry. No. And if you're trying to call in, and you're AJ Hinch or otherwise, our phones are down. So ticket text is our thing right now, 248-539-9797. Texter says, I was in New York when Cade missed the game and then went out for the season. I've never been more let down, Roland, in a car.
That's a tough one.
I'm a Packers fan. I went to a Lions-Packers game hoping to see Rodgers, but saw Brett Hundley start the game instead. Well, don't feel bad for you. Had tickets to go to a Tigers game on Saturday, was eyeballing the starter a week or two prior, excited to see Tarek Skubal pitch, but he got pushed back.
Yep.
Sure, that's happened with this Montero thing a couple times now.
Twice, yeah.
Yeah. My daughter's favorite NBA player right now is LaMelo Ball, so we went to both games the Pistons had against Charlotte. Of course, he sat both games. Ron and Carlton. On the phone, did you guys try taking out the cartridge, blowing on it, and putting it back in? Wink in Royal Oak.
Yes, we've tried all the tricks, and the unplug and plug back in has not yet worked. We've tried it multiple times.
AJ will be on with us on Friday, moving things around with his schedule. We're grateful for that. Ticket Texter says, my high school girlfriend brought me great seats behind the Pistons bench. I was so excited to see Big Ben. So this is a few years ago, more than a few years ago. I took my dad, huge snowstorm. It took us 3 hours to get there. We sit down, the very first play, Big Ben gets ejected. Walks right by us to the locker room, Dustin and Clarkston.
At least you were close. I mean, you could give him a high five.
Took his dad, not her.
That's a high school girlfriend.
Yeah, but if you gift
Probably not going to last.
Going with my
But
dad.
if you gift your boyfriend or your girlfriend tickets, you're going with them, right?
Well, it depends on.
Normally.
Yeah, I mean, but what did she say? Hey, here's a couple of tickets for you and your dad to go. I mean, that's a great gift as well.
Awesome gift.
It is. It is. 2018 went to
Somebody
Pistons.
probably had to drive.
That's fair. Pistons Raptors game to see Kawhi. He rested for load management. I guess it was worth it since they would go on to win the championship later that season. So it happens.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We won't make people wait too long. 8:35. You have a story.
Oh, yeah.
Uncomfortable moment with the kids.
Boy, I'm sure this is not, it can't be unique to me. It is a moment that I have been scarred. I have been emotionally and mentally scarred.
8:35. Top of the hour. Could a star player become available this summer for the Pistons? No, not a Devin Booker topic again. A different name. We'll get to it top of the hour. Let's get to Heather at the news.
Well, as rumors swirl that Lions could trade Jamison Williams instead of extending him, the star receiver sent the internet into a frenzy after a single unfollow and a few cryptic Instagram messages on Tuesday. So he is no longer following the official account of the Lions on Instagram. So,
I don't know that he ever was.
Well,
Who's that?
J-Mo. I don't know if he ever was, but he's not following them.
He's currently not following them, yes.
Maybe he did at one point. It sounds like, according to the article I saw, it made it sound like it was an unfollow. Like he had been following them, but is no longer. But maybe he never followed them in the first place, which seems strange to me as well. But maybe not. So he's not following the Lions. And then he had some cryptic messages that, people are reading into, whether they're actually related to anything with the Lions or just his own personal life. Obviously, you brought one up yesterday, Jim. There was one about loyalty. It said loyalty before anything. Then there was another one that said stay sucker free. And then there was another one.
That's probably a rule of life. I mean, I in my life, I try and stay sucker free.
Sure. Another one said, if you're scared to pick a side, don't play the middle. Just get all the way out Just get all the way out the way. Sorry. No faking.
I know, trust me. Yeah, you were reading them like I would read them. Like, wait a second, I need to read this a couple times before it makes sense.
Yes. So people are reading into all of this, the unfollow, the not following, and then these messages.
Questions of loyalty.
Yes.
Oh, the trade rumors. J-Mo's hearing them.
Mm-hmm.
You guys want the AI overview for Stay Sucka Free?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
To avoid being fooled or manipulated by gullible or foolish people.
Okay.
Okay.
Are,
Yeah.
are
so
we the suckers for assuming he might be traded, or are the Lions the suckers for actually trading him?
I don't know. But I think it's a great rule to live by. I might put that on one of the commandments of life.
Bumper sticker after it.
go.
Stay sucka free.
There's no way that would ever be on the BBT.
No. No.
Let's talk more about Shannon Sharpe. Man, this story just keeps unfolding. His attorney just revealed that he did offer to basically settle this lawsuit he's facing before it became a lawsuit by giving his rape accuser at least $10 million
Jeez.
to close the case before it actually went public. Obviously, that didn't happen. But during a meeting with reporters on Tuesday, Sharpe's attorney said that Jane Doe was offered tens of millions of dollars to settle the case before the lawsuit was filed. He then claimed it was only $10 million. And he said that she seemed to be considering it before she suddenly, without warning, walked away from our offer. And then, of course, she's now filed a $50 million lawsuit claiming that he sexually assaulted her on multiple occasions. On Tuesday, she did release audio of an alleged conversation between the two of them where he threatens to choke her. Now he is vowing to sue her himself for defamation. Obviously, he is denying all of the accusations.
Yeah. Some of the text
shakedown.
messages between the two have been released, and they are
descriptive.
Yes, very descriptive. And
I've seen
there's
some.
a certain tenor to the back and forth.
And they were in a consensual relationship, and clearly they enjoyed certain things within that relationship.
Yes.
And I don't think she's denying that, but it's after she tried to break up with him where this incident took place. This is an awful story. There's just a horrendous surveillance video of a person throwing two cats out of a moving vehicle at a Detroit gas station. It's been trending on social media, and now animal cruelty investigators and police are investigating. It all went down Monday morning, and in the video, you can see this white Chevy SUV pull up, toss two kittens out of the door. Running over one of them. That one kitten didn't make it. The other ran off and has not been found. Regulars at the gas station, people who have seen this video, are horrified. They're heartbroken. And the president and CEO of Michigan Humane, Matt Pepper, has thoughts on the type of individual who would do something like this. And he didn't answer what I set up because I thought it was a different soundbite. But he did say that people who are capable of doing something like this are not safe people. They're capable of doing something to humans, to your neighbors, to your children. So obviously they want to find out who did this, and they are working hard to locate the other surviving kitten. So it's super sad.
Yeah.
Michigan native, Detroit native, former Michigan football player is about to become the new Golden Bachelor. Mel Owens, 66 years old. He played at Michigan from 1977 to 1980. He then went on to play in the NFL for 9 years. And then he went on to become a lawyer. So it sounds like he had a great career, not only in the NFL, but also afterward. Yeah. And now he's going to be the Golden Bachelor. He's going to have women fawning over him, and he's hopefully going to fall in love.
That's what he's hoping for.
With one of them.
What's the backstory? Was he ever married at one point?
I don't know. Well, you know him a little bit, John, right? Do you know his backstory at all? Do you know, was he married ever?
Because most of the stories on this show are people who lost their spouse, and now they're looking for a second chance at love.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know his personal life.
We're all about to learn.
We are. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be emotional, and he's going on a journey with these women. The premiere date for The Golden Bachelor has not been announced.
When's Desmond do this? I've been waiting all morning for that. And when was Michigan State? How come Michigan State doesn't have a Golden Bachelor? How come they had to pick a Michigan guy?
Maybe next season. This is only the second season of the Golden Bachelor.
The Big Ten tour of Golden Bachelors.
Maybe so.
But here's the real question. If it does well ratings-wise, does it help Michigan get in the college football playoff?
I mean, well, hey, it is about those ratings. So we've been told.
Ridiculous.
Yep.
Heather with the news. All right, John, let's hear about you getting scarred next, 97.1. Top of the hour, we'll get into it. The Pistons are winning, and when you win, you always want more. There's a star player who may be available later this summer, and it's not the same Devin Booker conversation we've had before. It's a new name. We want to gauge the interest. Would you go there? We'll get to it at 9:02. Ticket Texters did point out that the show is too vanilla to be reading those JMO posts, which I think was a common thought.
Too vanilla.
Vanilla is putting it politely.
Yes.
Yeah.
I asked Greg just before we came out there, I go, could I have sounded any whiter saying
We
that?
all did.
Did you hear me try to read it?
Stay sucker free.
Yeah.
Sucka? Yeah. Noted. We could hear what it sounds like. John,
Stay sucker free.
in addition to laughing at all of us, I think we're all going to be able to laugh at your predicament from over the weekend.
Yes. So after the Tigers baseball game on Saturday, we're sitting there and Lucy was home for the holiday weekend, and we're, trying to figure out, okay, what are we going to watch now? This is obviously before the Pistons game, and we're sitting there going, well, okay, let's. I asked her, have you been watching any new series or TV at college? Do you want to jump in? I'm happy to jump in the middle because I'm not going to watch most of it anyway, so I'll watch something with you. No, Dad, I haven't. So I said, well, yeah, there's a lot of people that have been talking about this White Lotus show. It's been in the news. It's 3 seasons are out, and I haven't been involved in any of them, and I'm not at all involved in what's the one on Apple, the Severance. Yes, and I'm like, that doesn't interest me at all. So let's try and watch White Lotus. And Lisa was in the room, and she said she was in the kitchen. She was doing something, and she said, "Oh yeah, it's good. There's 3 series or there's 3 seasons, and you don't have to have watched the first to watch the second or the third, whatever." But she doesn't say anything about the moments that occur in this show, and so I'm like, okay, all right, it's a popular show. Let's start it. Let's see if this is something that maybe while she's at college, we could converse back and forth. Did you watch the new episode? We're watching within 20 minutes. I'm somewhat paying attention, but mostly not. And I don't forget what I was doing. I was looking at my phone or something. Mm-hmm. And then I look up. Lucy is sitting in the chair next to me. Teddy is sitting with me. He has no idea what's going on. He's playing with his toys. And I see one of who I'm guessing is one of the lead actors, sitting on a bed with his junk in his hand. And I instantly said, "My God, what is this?"
So you made it weirder.
Oh, of course. I was stunned. And then I'm looking and I'm like, wait a second here. I'm watching with my teenage daughter. And I'm like, I instantly grab the remote and I turn it off. And I turn around and I'm like, Lisa, you watch this. Did you not think of these? Oh, well, I watched it a while ago, and I didn't remember these moments. And okay, there's some uncomfortable moments, and I'm like, okay, I can't watch this. I am forever scarred. I can't even imagine how uncomfortable Lucy was sitting there watching this with her dad.
Well, I need to let you know, this is on HBO, so this happens on HBO shows.
Oh, okay.
And this
yes, I understand that.
This is tame compared to some of the other stuff on HBO and in this show.
Okay, well, I'm not watching a bunch of HBO shows on a regular basis.
But I love the idea that you thought this would be some good father-daughter bonding time.
Well, I thought it was like, I don't know, what's it supposed to be, like a murder mystery? Or
sure.
It's like a...
Yes, so there's a dead body
sort of deal.
It's whodunit surface level, and then a whole bunch of like social dynamics and commentary. I like the show. But yes, John, you are going to get some nudity in the show.
Okay, nudity. I'm not a prude, right? I understand that there's nudity. I've seen moments like this, which those can be somewhat uncomfortable, but this was beyond that. It was way beyond that.
So did you instantly just turn the show off?
Oh, yeah.
I was just...
You turned it off?
Hell yeah, I turned it off. I'm not going to sit there and wallow in the moment. And no, I turned it off. If that's going to happen in the first one, what's up next? And so, yes, uncomfortable moment.
Yeah.
To say the least. And I'm curious, have you had that moment? And part of it was so unexpected. I just didn't think that was, I was going to look up from my phone and that's what I was looking at. Have you guys had it? Have you had any uncomfortable moments in you're a younger individual?
I'll say my cat hasn't been scarred
No,
from watching.
your
like with your
parents.
parents.
I know where you were going.
Because we all become adults at some point, and you can. Yes, I understand that she's technically an adult.
But it would be
What
weird
did
if I
she
was
do?
watching with them. Yeah.
She instantly turned red and was like trying to hide in her chair. Like
Did she have her phone? Like, I'll just
pretend like
I'm looking at my phone. Yeah.
I think the movies, you just don't make a big deal about it. So
I
you
agree,
turn
you
the
just-
TV off. You just.
But there's like that awkward silence
Oh,
where
yeah.
like
Oh yeah.
no one's saying anything. Just
Maybe you go get a snack and you come back.
No,
I mean,
No, that makes it more awkward.
No.
Don't just
I turned
sit
it
quietly.
back to the MLB network. Let's watch more baseball.
all right, what's Ellie De La Cruz up to?
Sheesh. I mean, I can't like. Okay, I'm sure a lot of dads have had this moment before, and it was so uncomfortable.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I made it more uncomfortable, but there was nothing I could do in the moment other than turn it off. And we turned on, like I said, I turned on baseball.
Did she address the fact that you turned it off?
It was just everything was unspoken.
Yeah, it was yes.
A lot was said without being said.
Exactly.
Yes,
Exactly.
yes. And first I turned around and I'm like, hey babe, like you could have given me a heads up.
Hey, Lisa, come on now.
Like if I knew it was coming, at least maybe I could have left the room for a moment.
To be fair, I wouldn't have remembered. It was season 1, first episode. I don't remember that happening, so it might not have been top of her mind either.
This is a very
Can I freeze my daughter's age?
yes.
She's 13 now. I can't imagine being in your shoes.
It
This
will
had to be
happen.
so
It will
weird.
happen.
First off, me and you are very close in age.
Yeah.
We come from a generation that
This didn't happen. And I
male
understand. Yeah.
especially was so rare. It had to be like, what was isn't there a rating 17? What is it called?
Yeah.
NC-17.
NC-17.
Or beyond that. Like this is so that would be a little bit jarring for me too. I'm not I'm just not in a phase of my life right now where I'm watching these new shows, which I know have gone a little bit different. I know they had the moment with it was a Brian Williams' daughter on one of those shows where she was I can't say it. So I mean
Okay.
but and I was like, wow, that's happening on HBO now or whatever and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, but it's not like I don't even know if this series. It's not like we sat down to watch the old series Real Sex. Like I'm
Right.
not going to sit down and watch that with my daughter. And I just was so shocked.
You didn't think you're going to see
See
frontal nudity and junk grabbing in the first episode?
No. And so, have you had those uncomfortable moments? You can't call in right now, but you could certainly text. Have you had that uncomfortable moment? And is there a way that maybe I could have better dealt with this? Because I'm not going to sit there and continue to watch it.
It's a good show.
And I'm
You
not going
should.
to have
You
a
should.
conversation about it.
Don't
no,
give
you
up on
don't
the
have
show.
a conversation. She's how old? 18?
19.
You don't need to talk about it with her.
Dude, you just sit quietly.
You move on.
Move on. Let the show continue. It's a good show. I think you
Will
made
you
it
watch
more
it on your
awkward.
own?
You made it more awkward.
But then I was alerted, like you just said, like it's going to happen again. There's going to be other uncomfortable moments in the show. And I was even alerted, like, this is not the least uncomfortable. I'm like, I don't know where it goes from there.
The current season has some moments that I don't think you would want to watch with your daughter. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
But I don't think like that's the show. That's not like you're just going to keep getting inundated with
Well,
that.
if they were looking for shock value, they got it.
You should watch it without your daughter in the room because it is a good show and a good series.
It kind of turned me off to the show. I don't think I want to watch it. Especially if that's the least uncomfortable moment.
Ticket Texter says, at least you didn't see your dad naked, signed Jessica and Marissa.
Whoa, hold on. Gov, did he share a story like that?
Done radio long enough, I'm sure he did.
There was something that one time where he's walking into one of them's in the bathroom and he got into the shower or something like that, or vice versa.
Oh, boy.
He went to the bathroom while they were in the shower.
Wait.
Yes, that's-
Hold
that
on.
changed while they were in the shower?
Yes,
Someone's
that's
in
what
the
it was.
Shower. It's not a
Heather.
surprise.
And then didn't he?
What?
If you were in the shower and your dad came in
What? Is it a shower curtain?
to drop anchor.
Or a
Even
glass
then, no.
Oh, God.
No.
Well, that's even, John, that's even worse.
And the other one, didn't he go to the bathroom in the car?
Yes, that one I remember. I don't remember the showering one.
Well, that's a little bit of a difference. That's an emergency situation.
honey, look this way. I got to pee. Like,
Oh,
so-
no. Oh, wait. Whoa. No, I thought no. Like, okay, never mind. That's
They didn't pull over.
And he just okay.
He used some
He
can
was like,
or a
"Yeah,
bottle.
Pull
Yes.
over.
Okay,
Yes.
pull over.
It always comes back
the
to
side
him.
of the road. Yes. No.
Get out of the car, walk a distance away from your
Yes.
daughter, and then pee.
Unbelievable. Always get one upped. All right. If you guys have stories, you can text them in. Uncomfortable moments watching shows, uncomfortable moments with your kids. We've
boy.
got more texts. John went through it. Episode 1, White Lotus, trying to be, topical, pop culture, little bonding moment with the daughter. Scarred for life. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football, sports. Nothing like that ever happens in sports. It's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games and moments at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view no matter where you are of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
just 3 hits for the Tigers. Play again today, day game, 110 against the Padres. Detroit a half game back. They're out of first place now. Passed by the Guardians, who are facing the Yankees. All right, John, we have ticket text. We have Twitch messages. Our phones aren't working today, so if you're trying to call in, you know this, but you can text in and play along with everything we're doing. Top of the hour, there's a big superstar in the NBA who may be made available. You're getting a taste for winning here in Detroit. Would you go after this guy? And no, it's not another Devin Booker conversation. John, you talked about being scarred.
Oh, yeah. Forever.
You were watching White Lotus. Thought you were going to have a little bonding moment with your daughter. She's home. And you thought, hey, we'll catch up. A little pop culture. Season 1, episode 1. You get frontal nudity.
From a dude.
Junk in hand. And immediately turn the TV off.
Yeah. And, okay, I'll share a couple on Twitch right now. And I know this. The shows warn you at the beginning of each episode. What did you think the warning was for? Yes. And most of the time I'll make the joke to my wife if we're sitting there watching and it says, violence. They've even added one where like they put in like smoking is in this. I'm like, okay, we're now warning that.
You're still going to watch.
But then it'll say sexual situations. And my joke is, oh, now it's worth watching. But this one didn't say, it wasn't as descriptive as it needed to be. All right. And so they follow up this one with Game of Thrones might have been the first show I watched with my parents with awkward sexual scenes. And I remember my father just saying, well, she's pretty. That's perfect.
He's trying to break the tension a little bit.
Yes.
Ticket Texter says, John, you did the right thing. Just turn it off. I disagree with this.
I do too.
Oh, no.
Like, I think
did
that
the right
makes
thing.
it way more awkward.
Oh, no. I was not going to wait for whatever appeared
just
next.
fast forward if you have to.
Right. But then you're
What
sitting
comes
there.
next?
What comes next?
Tell John that Lotus is a great watch. Watch it with his wife. He says it's a good couples watch. People really enjoy it. I really enjoy the people in it.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
It's a good show. I think you would like it. Maybe not watching it with Lucy.
So season 1 takes place in Hawaii. They all take place in these lavish resorts. Season 2 is in Italy and season 3 is in Thailand. The story sort of connects, but you can watch them independently. Yeah. And while I initially watched because I thought it was a murder mystery, whodunit, there's a dead body, they don't really solve the murder until the very end. It's more of like social dynamics and social commentary. So there's a honeymooning couple in Hawaii in season 1, and he invites his mom. You're like, who would invite your mom to the honeymoon? So the social dynamics.
Oh, so we
of
didn't
how
even get to the inviting of the mom.
You didn't get to-
No.
You got to nothing.
So it started off with the guy sitting in the airport, and they flash back to these scenes where they're on their honeymoon, but he's at the airport, she's not there, so I'm left to guess. Like I'm guessing she's the one that was dead.
You don't know.
But I don't know.
And that's the intrigue to start. But then it really does become more of these like
the
social
interaction
situations. Yeah. So
with
you have
the people at the airport where this old couple was asking questions because we've kind of all been there before and you're just like, stop talking to me.
Headphones in.
Yeah.
But that's what people like about the show. So in that same season, you have like a rich family traveling on vacation, and their like Gen Z children are PC policing them. So like you get these interesting social conversations. That's why the show's, in my mind, really good. Plus the soundtrack. I don't know if you got into the intro, but it grows on you.
No, I usually hit skip.
Okay. Well, tried. Ticket Texter says, let's hope you haven't seen Euphoria. It's 10 times more uncomfortable and very popular amongst teens.
Yes.
Oh, Euphoria. Never
Zendaya?
heard of it. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Don't watch it with your daughter. Don't watch Rome with her. Mike and Clarkston. I don't know what Rome is.
I don't know that one.
Says, so you went from White Lotus to a baseball game. More guys who have bats in their hands. Steve in Madison Heights.
When I said that out loud, I knew somebody was going to make that connection. Yes.
John did the right thing. Turn it off.
Mm-hmm.
I took my 13-year-old to the theater to see, of all movies, Borat.
Oh, jeez.
There's some reference to Borat here, yeah.
She's 31. And fortunately, we laugh about it today. Says, really awkward at the time, Joe in Bloomfield.
Yeah, I don't really know that it matters how old your daughter is, because if the warning says there's going to be certain things that happen, or there might be some nudity. Like, okay, I'm not that far of much of a prude where I'm not going to not watch the show because of that. Like those things, she's an adult, right? It's I get that, but this was way beyond that. Here's another one. Watched Boardwalk Empire with my parents. Was a tradition every Sunday on HBO until the scene where Jimmy D has relations. I'm paraphrasing here.
Trying to clean this up.
With his mom.
Oh.
Never watched another episode again to the end. Yes, that might turn you off to a show.
Yeah. I have a situation that's kind of was awkward too. It wasn't with my dad, but it was with my mom. When American Pie came out, I think it was it was in 1999. I was either about to be a freshman in high school or who knows. I was that age, around freshman in high school. Went with myself and a girlfriend, maybe a cousin, and my mom. And I remember sitting there next to my mom in the theater thinking, well, this is really awkward. Yes. And at least you're in a movie theater, like there's no, you don't talk, right? Like it's all silent. But I do remember, I'm sure she felt awkward as well. We're both just sitting there like, okay, don't look at each other. Don't make eye contact.
Yes, I'm not here.
That one was awkward.
Ticket Texture says, so I walked into my mom and pop's house. The door was unlocked.
Oh, no.
Guys, you know where this is going.
No,
it was open, so I go in and I say, hey, anybody here? They didn't hear me. So I walked into the back room.
Oh, the back room.
Catch my mom and pops getting down.
Oh, no.
Scarred for life. That's from Jim driving his truck on 75.
Did please follow up. Did mom and dad know that you walked in?
Now that's when you want to be.
Oh, you just retreat and you retreat fast.
Get away.
You make no noise and you leave.
Yes, if you can.
Oh, boy.
Control the vomit.
Oh, boy.
We got cable TV in 82. One night, this is older Ticket Texter, walked in on my father watching late night Cinemax and enjoying himself.
Oh, no.
We didn't talk for weeks.
Oh, no.
John, do you feel any better about your situation now? Not sure if this changes anything for you, John, but the actor actually used a prosthetic for that scene.
No, it doesn't make it any better.
All right, sports and stuff. 9 o'clock hour, we'll get into it. There's a name out there, may be available this summer, a superstar for the Pistons, not named Devin Booker. And we'll get into the Lions. It's draft eve. And a year ago, we saw Sewell, and we saw St. Brown. Mm-hmm. Who will we see, and what are your priorities? We'll play a game. Pick 3. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. After winning Game 1, the Tigers were shut out by the Padres 2-0 in Game 2 yesterday. It was Jack Flaherty against Nick Pivetta on the mound. Flaherty gave up both runs in the second inning thanks to a single and a homer. Despite that, his manager was impressed. Nine Ks for Jack in total. At age 26, Chase Lee made his major league debut, throwing an inning and two-thirds of scoreless ball. Lee called up from Toledo before the game. The NBA released their sixth man of the year yesterday. Pistons guard Malik Beasley was second in the voting behind Peyton Pritchard of the Celtics. Michigan State hockey coach Adam Nightingale has been named as an assistant coach for Team USA at the World Championships in May. CBS football announcer and former Michigan kicker Jay Feely has announced that he's leaving the broadcast booth and running for a spot in Congress in Arizona. Meanwhile, longtime Sunday Night Football voice Mike Patrick has passed away at the age of 80. He spent 36 years at ESPN. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
.935, we'll get into the Lions. priorities with these extensions. We could see them as soon as today. We did a year ago on this day. Kirby Joseph, throughout the first pitch last night, said, we're progressing. I love Detroit. They love me.
Mm-hmm.
Aiden Hutchinson, tick-tock. No hesitation there. What about all the other names? Bigger conversation at 9:35. John, Pistons are winning. Winning's fun. Winning is one of those things that you just can't get enough of, and you always want more. Pistons have to take care of business in this series, and we'll see how the season ends. But there will be discussions about adding to this basketball team. And in the NBA, you always want to add stars. Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Milwaukee Bucks. They are down 0-2, and there is chatter that he is not long for Milwaukee. Chris Haynes, NBA insider, saying, I don't think he finishes his career there and that this is a pivotal playoff. The Ringer headline today, deafening rumblings surrounding Giannis and his future in Milwaukee. He's playing like prime Shaq, but it might not be enough to save the Bucks this postseason or from a summer of endless trade rumors. So the natural question is, would you go there? Would you trade for Giannis to put on this Pistons team? It'd be blowing up some young pieces to put an all-NBA MVP Hall of Fame caliber player with Cade Cunningham. The natural question, what would it take?
Mm-hmm.
I'll throw out something, and you tell me if this is too steep or if this is a good conversation piece, because you got to give to get.
Sure.
Giannis is a player who you need to put shooters around. If you're trading for Giannis, Duren is expendable in this trade. Jalen Duren would be a piece. Jaden Ivey would be a piece. Multiple firsts. Call it 2, call it 3. That's kind of what I think the package would be. Would you be willing to do that?
Where do I sign?
Oh, so no hesitation.
No hesitation. And I mean, do I think Jalen Duren will ever have an impact like Giannis? No. Jaden Ivey? No. Together? No.
And those firsts would be late firsts.
They'd be late first. So I would have no reservations in making this happen. You put him with, and let's just talk about next year, the guys that we know are under contract or that we hope will remain under contract. Malik Beasley, you bring him back.
Shooting,
and Cade Cunningham. All right. And I've liked the addition of Schroeder. I think he's a sneaky little, really tough, good player.
Mm-hmm.
Adds a lot to this team and takes a little bit of pressure off of Cade by bringing the ball up and different things. Defensively, he's a dog. And you put Giannis on this team, and then you go from a team that was just a 6 seed to a team that now is talked about as competing for a championship.
You talk about a team that can rival and compete with the Celtics and the Cavaliers. Yep. Because Giannis is a mismatch problem. He's a great passer. You can't stop him at the basket. Him and Cade in screen and rolls.
Yeah, I mean, he attracts enough attention to allow Cade to work freely. And again, you still need to have shooters.
Of course.
So Cade is that guy, but Malik Beasley could still be that guy. You could still put shooters around him. But yeah, then all of a sudden you have to address, other defenses have to address Giannis.
Well, yeah, he's also a problem. Both ends of the floor.
Yeah.
Because he can swarm you. The problem in Milwaukee has nothing to do with Giannis. It's that roster that won the title back in 21 is no longer there.
Mm-hmm.
And they traded Middleton for Kuzma. That hasn't worked. They're just a step too slow. They don't have enough help. Dame Lillard is there, but he's dealing with this blood clot stuff. And if Giannis is looking at this going, would you rather hitch your wagon to Lillard or Cade Cunningham?
Yeah.
Detroit becomes attractive. Detroit's going to be attractive. I get it. We're not Miami. We're not South Beach. We're not Los Angeles. We're not the New York Knicks who play at the Garden. But the Pistons will have first-round picks to offer. They'll have young pieces to offer. And they'll have a title window with Cade Cunningham that should be attractive to any star in the league as soon as this summer.
And it's not just, you're not just adding the 30 points per game. You're not just adding the nearly 12 rebounds per game. He averages a double-double, but it's also 6 to 7 assists per game.
Yep.
And I mean, he's the guy that really can do it all. Now, you're not expecting him. He's not going to be any threat behind the arc, but that's not what you have him for.
First text, highly doubtful Milwaukee would trade him in their own conference, let alone their own division. I don't see that happening. He's going to pick where he wants to play. He's not going to pick Detroit.
Okay, well, where does he pick? I mean, does he want to go to the Western Conference where things are much more difficult? Or does he want to stay in the Eastern Conference? Because the NBA players have much more of a say in where they land than in other sports.
Look, if he doesn't pick us, he doesn't pick us. But the conversation is, do you want him? And the answer should be yes. He might prefer Houston. No state tax, also a young team. I'm not telling you that we are the only option for Giannis, but he's the Greek freak, and we have Greek town, so we're at least a foot in the door, right? 248-539-9797. That's nowhere near enough for Giannis. We probably don't have enough, including Cade, to still have a team left.
I don't necessarily think it's.
I mean, how much more I got to offer, guys? I offered 2 young players and 3 first-round picks. I got to throw Asar Thompson in there. It's got to be 4 firsts. I don't know. You guys let us know. 248-539-9797. These are conversations we're going to get to have now with the Pistons winning. Devin Booker has been a conversation because he's from here. Easier sell to come to Detroit. Phoenix is in turmoil. Durant may be dealt. I don't know if it makes sense to add a 36-year-old Kevin Durant and have like a 1 or 2 year window. Lauri Markkanen's come up in previous years. Finding the right guy is going to be Trajan Langdon's job because you're not just going to take the first guy. Like, I don't want Zion if he's available. You do have to have some level of discernment.
So do you think there's other teams in the East that could maybe offer more, do more? Because I do think one of the drawbacks here for the Bucks is what are we really getting here? You know, like, do we have even an all-star? Maybe down the road, you know? But there's no and then the picks are just like they're looking at that way. So, like, I'm thinking, for example, like, could the Knicks pivot from Cat if they get knocked out here in the first round,
maybe,
and put him in the package? The Pistons don't have a caliber player like that. I don't know if the Bucks would want to do that. Another one would be like LaMelo Ball,
Charlotte,
buried down there. But I mean, Giannis going to Charlotte, that doesn't seem like that's going to work. So it's got to. I would do this, but I do think there's drawbacks potentially, and I would prefer. You know, if the Suns are moving away from Booker, that's a better match with Cade. You get more years. You're probably getting 7-8 years out of Booker at least. Giannis is probably 5 max.
Yeah, he's 30. You feel like you get 4 or 5 really good seasons where you're one of the favorites to win the NBA championship.
I'll throw you another one, too. What about, like, Atlanta? You know, Trae Young. What if some sort of swap there? I mean, there's just a lot on the table out there, I think, for the Bucks. But then we're also living in a world where Luka got traded for not much.
A song. Yeah, I mean, literally, that's an outlier. That can't be used by anybody in the NBA or any fan base to say, well, this is what the Lakers were able to do for Luka. Because that's bizarre.
Look, you can't control it. Ticket Texter says he'll choose Miami over Detroit without thinking twice. Fine. If he wants to go to Miami and they want to offer 6 first-round picks, and then fine. But this is still a conversation worth having. Yeah. The Pistons can start big game hunting this summer. And this is as big a name as there would be available this summer. I mean, this is a Hall of Famer. This is an MVP. This is an NBA champion. Mm-hmm. He plays the front court. Cade's in the back court. They're both willing passers. This isn't like an ego thing from either of them. I think they would welcome the chance to play off each other as 2 high-level basketball players.
Yeah, and a guy like that also is going to look at, he's going to look at destination. Would he want to go to Miami? Would he want to live in Miami versus wanting to live in Detroit? Like, Detroit is an upgrade over Milwaukee.
Well, that's part of this, too. Okay, you want to go to Atlanta and they give up Trae Young? Who am I playing with?
Right.
I'm going to go to Miami. Who am I playing with? I'm going to go to Charlotte without LaMelo. Who am I playing with? In Detroit, I'm playing with Cade Cunningham. Mm-hmm. Find me better running mates for stars in the NBA than Cade Cunningham. The list is going to be maybe 5 to 10 guys.
Where can he go, have an impact, but also have a chance to win another championship? He's only got one.
And if he was willing to put down roots in Milwaukee, you tell me he would thumb his nose at Detroit? Really? From Milwaukee?
I think Detroit is becoming more of a draw because of, and some of it is JB and what he's done this year. And is he a guy that players want to play for? Is Cade a guy that players want to be teammates with? But it's also Trajan Langdon. How can he sell? How can he sell the fact that, we are building something here. We are building towards being a contender year in and year out.
Ticket Texters says the trade would have to be something like Duran and Asar and 4 firsts.
You know what? I know that firsts matter, but in the NBA, they probably matter least of any sport, because if you're picking late in the first round, you're not going to get the Cooper Flags. You're not going to get the Wembanyamas.
I would go a step further. Like, these are late firsts. If you're not in the lottery, like, think about someone like the Chicago Bulls. Great, they have their own first round pick. How's that going to go for them? If you don't have top 5 picks, like the capital to get superstars, that's why teams want 3 or 4 of them, because they know they're going to be throwing darts.
Yeah.
And look, in the case of the Celtics, it worked out because they ended up getting picks that ended up in the top 5 for guys like Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum.
Mm-hmm.
But you could also end up picking 28, 30, and
even if you're picking high, we also have a heightened awareness that doesn't always work out.
248-539-9797. Texter says, no way I'm giving up 2 young studs and 2 first-round picks for an aging veteran, no way, no how, Jeremy and Holly.
So how long would Giannis be here? Or at least how long would the contract be that you'd be committed to him for? 4 years? 5 years?
Sure.
Or he's 32. Do you think he could still be effective up until 36? Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to hesitate on that. Add Durant, and we are a championship team until he's gone. All we need is a guy who could consistently shoot from the perimeter in Beasley, and look at the difference that's made. Throw in Durant, and the Pistons would be unstoppable. He'd be a lot cheaper.
But he's also a lot older. What is he, 36?
Yeah. I don't even know what a deal would look like for Kevin Durant.
I mean, he trust me, he's still a good player. But other than his performance, and I always respect his performance in the 21 Olympics, but other than that, what did he do in Brooklyn? What has he done with Phoenix?
Yeah. He has been super complimentary of Cade, like one of the most vocal stars in the league who saw this coming with Cade Cunningham. Said he can hoop. That he's going to be a star. I don't think he would at all reject the idea of playing with Cade Cunningham.
No.
A couple more. 248-539-9797. I love the Giannis talk, but I think the player that unlocks the Pistons becoming a champion is Miles Bridges. Guys, I should read these before I
Before
read
you
them
say
out
them out
loud
loud,
because
yes,
I'm sorry.
yes.
That's apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Burgundy.
The Greek
We can't take any calls today. Let's have some fun.
The Greek Town comment was hilarious, Costa. You didn't get the laughs you deserved. Opa, as in, Opa, we can get Giannis. Make it happen. Dedicate Greek Town to Giannis. 248-539-9797. The possibilities, he may be gone this summer from Milwaukee. Would you dare if you're the Pistons? It's 97-1. If you hate going to the dentist, it doesn't have to be that way. Not with Brightside Dental. There's no judgment if it's been a while since your last cleaning, or if you feel like you have a couple of those troublesome teeth, they're not going to judge you. Sometimes life just gets in the way. You moved, you started a new job, you got married, you had a kid, you just haven't been going to the dentist. Whatever the reason is, Brightside Dental is accepting new patients. 9 Metro Detroit locations. The new patient special, $35, covers exams and x-rays. So make an appointment today. Get back in that routine. Call 1-800-PAINLESS. Go to brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Look, when you're on in the morning, you get to attack the topic first. That leadoff. This is going everywhere on ESPN today. That the Bucks are 0-2. Giannis might not be long for Milwaukee. And we said, hey, we got an up-and-coming team. Take stars to win in this league. Would you want Giannis in Detroit? He's Greek. We got Greek Town. We got Cade Cunningham, I think, is the biggest selling point. Where are you going to go that you're going to have a better running mate than Cade? If you're willing to play in Milwaukee and sign extensions in Milwaukee, you can't thumb your nose at coming to play in the city of Detroit. And it'd be an opportunity to win. The fit, I mean, it's two of the 10 best players in the sport, both willing passers, both can get their own shot. You need to put shooters around both of them, but that's a 1-2 punch that rivals any in the entire league. What would you have to give up? I threw out Duren, Ivy, and 3 firsts. Some people think that's way too much, and some people say it's not enough. But it's the conversation we're having today. 248-539-9797.
Is he also at the point of his career where I know he has one championship, where he's looking for that second or a third, a chance to go somewhere to chase another championship? And if that's the case, then pairing with Cade and what the Pistons did this year, moving forward, I would think that, yes, it's a place where you can win a championship. It's not like it hasn't happened in Detroit before, and he could come here and be that one of those pieces that could push it towards another championship.
I think the place, Ticket Texture says, the place most likely for Giannis and where he'd want to go if he could pick, and that would make sense, would be to trade to the Thunder. They have a really good young team, crap ton of picks. OKC can give up 5 or 6, not bat an eye because they have so many, Trevor and Rochester. Yeah, a chance to play with SGA, the league MVP.
Sure.
And they have the draft capital to pull it off, too. Well, never mind, guys. Sorry, we can't have Giannis. The Thunder want him. I think we have a right to be in the conversation.
There's no question.
And I think the Pistons have earned the status as an attractive landing place with Cade Cunningham and with a winning culture.
Yeah, and again, it depends what Giannis wants. First of all, does he want out of Milwaukee? If he does, what are the other possible destinations that he could try and force himself to? And you also have to have enough capital to be able to return value for value. This would be an opportunity for Milwaukee to try and reset their franchise. Does it mean they're going to win next year? Probably not. But could this be something that sets them up for the next couple of years to build towards being back to a winning franchise?
Yeah, that's how this is going to go down. When you trade them, you try to get as many young assets as you can get, knowing you're going to get those picks to fall wherever they fall, and those young players may not pan out, but it's the best you could do when the star decides enough's enough. 248-539-9797. Giannis would do very well with our coach here. No way I'd give up Asar Thompson in a deal, though, on the ticket text.
Nobody wants to, but you're going to have to give up value for it. And, I mean, Asar Thompson has really good value.
Yeah, if you go with my offer, which was Ivy Duren in the first, and they say, we would do it, but you got to swap Ivy for Thompson. You're going to let that stop you from getting a MVP? No. Whoever said Kevin Durant must be smoking some of the good stuff, that dude sucks. He's a cancer on every team he goes to outside of Golden State.
Well, I kind of go to that. Like, what has he done to improve any of the teams that he's been on since then, other than the Olympic team?
He does fit. Someone points out they need a stretch 4. He does fit that. Yeah, but an upgrade on the Tobias spot is what it would be.
Clearly, that's an upgrade.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's how long is he going to be around? Are you only looking for a guy for 1 or 2 years?
Tobias is only on a 2-year deal. But again, you have to get.
You're also not spending what you'd be spending on Durant.
Texter says multiple young players and 2 crappy firsts. Or no, a young player and 2 crappy firsts.
I think it's going to take more than that.
He's going to be in demand this summer.
There will be a number of teams rumored, and I do think the Pistons should be amongst that conversation.
I wouldn't trade Jalen Duren, period, Jimbo and Oxford. So we're going to get a lot of this, too. People who fall in love with their own. Jalen Duren is a really promising young player. He's not Giannis.
He'll never be Giannis.
I feel very bold in saying Jalen Duren will not have a better career than Giannis.
I don't think that's a hot take.
I know, but you got people who fall in love with their own. I wouldn't trade him, period. What if you're getting Giannis in the deal? This guy in Oxford says no.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Like, to me, it's...
We dealt with this with Booker. We brought up Booker. Well, I wouldn't trade Jaden Ivey.
What?
All right. So we're just going to fall in love with our own then.
Okay, so this is where the mountain might get too high, with a little mountain climber thing where you fall off the cliff. What if the Bucks wanted 3 firsts, Duran, Ivy, Thompson, and Holland.
They want your whole team?
Yeah, really.
Well, I just added one more, kind of,
Well, it's two more.
We actually said earlier though at one point that we would maybe even throw in the other if that was the deal breaker.
They want a key to the city as well. Joe Louis Fist. What else we got to put in the deal?
And what's the name of
Crazy
that place?
Puffs?
And the Pegasus restaurant.
There you go. There you go. Get them some Saganaki.
They can still have some Greek flavor. $.
Anyway, we'll get to the Lions end of the hour here. 9:35. Can't believe you said that. 9:35, we'll talk about it. You got extensions due for the Lions. We're going to prioritize them. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, Travis Hunter's father didn't see his son win the Heisman Trophy at the December ceremony, but he does plan to be in Green Bay for the NFL draft.
Yeah.
So Travis Hunter Sr. is serving a 3-year probation period with 1 year of mandated home confinement after pleading guilty to 3 counts, 1 felony related to an arrest back in 2023. So he has received court permission to attend the draft, but he will be restricted to his hotel grounds and the draft location at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. So he will be there, which will be exciting, I'm sure, for him.
Oh, sure.
For sure, because he is expected to be drafted with one of the first 3 picks.
I'm glad for Travis Hunter Jr.
Yes.
That
yes.
his dad will be able to be there.
Yep. Dallas Mavericks fans aren't the only ones that are still devastated by the Luka Doncic trade. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones was asked about the trade during a Tuesday press conference, and he said that his wife, Eugenia, was so devastated by the trade that she cried. Cried.
Do we need him to flex his wife's high school basketball
Yes,
stats?
we
in
do.
there?
I love it.
I didn't know they let women play basketball back then.
Oh, John.
Oh, you're talking about a long time ago.
Yeah, Jerry is about 1,000 years old.
Yeah.
I love it, though. Clearly, big fan of his wife.
Sure.
Well, and
Throw out those stats.
And Luka can still be a Cowboys fan. I mean, their season ends before the NBA really gets going.
Yeah.
He can still go to some Cowboy games, sit there with Jerry.
I really want to get to this story because I'm really excited to hear some audio that I haven't actually heard it yet, so I'm intrigued by this. There's 2 sisters that gave an eyewitness account after a carjacker caused this deadly crash in Australia. And the interview is now kind of all over social media. And the story itself was quite serious, but that's not why the story is all over social media. But I'll tell you the story, the background. There was a guy driving a red Porsche, caused a deadly crash, then pulled a gun, shot a guy in the arm, stole an SUV, and then got into another wreck before the cops finally arrested him. But it's the sisters that are going viral. These 2 sisters are identical twins, but that's not why they're going viral. They're going viral because they speak in unison. Okay, so here is their eyewitness account to this crash. Did you catch that?
I have a headache.
What'd you take from that? Because what? It sounded like somebody was talking on a delay and we were hearing the echo.
But I've seen the video. They're twins.
I just looked them up to see what they look. Yes.
Yeah.
How does that even happen?
What?
Well,
What did I just listen to?
How could you be in sync to where you're...
so some of them were in sync. The other, it sounded like one of them was just copying what the other one was saying.
And it was like anticipation. Like, okay,
Yeah.
she had blood on his face. Like, well, I know what she's going to say next. I can throw in that word. And or the fence.
He's got a gun. Like it rhymed. Like they had rehearsed this.
I see why they're going viral.
They were asked another question. We do have sound from that.
Okay.
There was a creep factor to it.
Yeah, there was for sure. Bridget and Paula Powers.
Oh.
Any relation
Yeah,
to...
maybe.
I wonder if, JP.
Maybe.
Have to find out. All right, coming up next, prioritize these extensions. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years because at Verizon, they got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
It's NFL Draft Eve tomorrow. All gets going from Green Bay. Last year, we looked this up because we had a vague memory of it. Last year, right before the draft, the Lions announced extensions to Sewell and St. Brown. Mm-hmm. There's a kind of a celebration. Hey, these are homegrown Brad Holmes guys. We timed up the extension right before the draft. They did it one day before. John, when's the Aiden contract breaking?
Probably about 10:02 today.
That makes sense.
Just right after our show. Right when the phones get going. They'll call us first.
It does feel like that's going to happen this offseason, right?
Yes, I don't think there's much doubt that he gets extended, and they extend him before the season starts. I don't know if it actually gets done today, or if it's sometime June, July, August. It doesn't matter. I do think it will get done.
He's arguably the best defensive player in football. He plays every down, 90+% of downs. Culture guy, character guy. They're going to pay him. Busted up leg and all. That's not expected to alter his career. He's going to get paid.
Mm-hmm.
I think we leave him out of this conversation. I want to focus on all the other guys. Because Brad Holmes has alluded to the fact that you can't keep everybody, and it's, I think, part of why the JMO conversation has come up in the last week here, right? So what we want to do is challenge you guys to pick 3 of the following names. Only 3. JMO, Joseph, who, by the way, threw out the first pitch last night and said they're progressing. Detroit loves him, and he loves Detroit. JMO, Joseph, Branch, Laporta, Gibbs, and Jack Campbell. It's a lot of really good football players. Those are first and second round picks that will all come up in the next couple off seasons. Pick 3 of them, John.
My 3 would be Laporta, Branch, and Jack Campbell. And I know everybody's sitting there going, he didn't pick Gibbs.
Gibbs the best player of the group.
There's no question he's the best player of the group. But there's an expiration date on running backs, and his may be longer. I don't know. Nobody really knows that. And his price tag is going to be less than it would be for JMO. It's going to be less than it would be for,
I think, even Laporta or the safeties.
But here's the thing, and this is kind of the workaround, where he's just finished year 2, and it's been a great 2 years. I expect it to be great into the near future. You've got him under contract. You have team control for a minimum of 3 more years.
4 with a tag.
Well, yeah, so you can add another year of team control with a franchise tag. And for running backs, it's not going to be an outlandish number. So you have 4 more years. You can get to the end of year 6 with Jahmyr Gibbs before you even have to address this question.
Before you have to give long-term guaranteed money.
Yeah.
So you left him out.
And if I'm picking between Branch and Joseph, I'm taking Branch. He could do more, and I think his upside is higher there. Yeah, I know what Kirby Joseph did last year, and he's really good. I just don't want to pay him as a top safety. And JMO, again, we talked about it. We've talked about JMO a lot. You've got him for 2 more years. After that, you let him walk, or before that, you try and trade him for some capital.
So in your scenario, you're willing to lose JMO, Joseph, and Gibbs, but you explain some of the workaround with Gibbs.
In another 4 years.
Yes. At that point, who even knows? I mean, that's another 1,000 touches for Jahmyr Gibbs, even with working and sharing that workload with David Montgomery.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys let us know. Show your work. 248-539-9797. Keep 3. JMO, Joseph, Branch, Laporta, Gibbs, and Campbell. My process was similar. I felt like I could only justify keeping one of the pass catchers, and I picked Laporta over JMO. I feel like I should only keep one of the safeties. Give me Branch over Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
Same thought. Brian Branch is, I feel like he is in more areas of the field and therefore is more impactful. And that could be as a slot corner. It can be as a deep safety. It can be as a rover and a cover 1 robber. He will get the ball as someone who can instinctively jump routes, but he'll also play the run and force fumbles. To me, Branch more valuable than Kirby Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
So I went with Branch. And then it came down to Gibbs or Jack Campbell. And I went Gibbs because he's a bigger cog in this formula. They are winning because they run the ball. He breaks stuff open. If you have a great offensive line, you can justify paying a running back. Philadelphia Eagles just showed us that. With Jack Campbell, it's not that I don't think he's a good football player. He is. I just don't think he's a Gibbs caliber football player. And maybe in 2 years when they have to make this decision, You see Gibbs break down and Campbell step up and you switch them. But right now, I would say Gibbs over Jack Campbell. 248-539-9797. I feel like I can get another Jack Campbell. I don't feel like I can find another Jahmyr Gibbs. And I feel like Gibbs is more indicative for what they are right now and their formula to win right now.
You need to give Jared Goff tons of weapons.
Yep.
And when he does have weapons and he's well protected, we see what he could do. He could be one of the best quarterbacks in the league. But you've got to be able to surround him with playmakers, guys that he can get the ball to. And Gibbs is certainly one of those. The reason I put Gibbs not on my list is because what is Gibbs' superpower?
Make you miss, extra gear.
That extra gear. And if we're talking, 4 years down the road from now, does he still have that same extra gear? And he may. He may be one of those unicorns that just can do something better than anybody else for longer than anybody else. Is he going to remain durable? Does he have a year where there's an extended time where he's injured? How does he come back from that injury? After that injury, does he have that same extra gear to be able to get to the corner? We've seen it a number of times on the 20-yard line, 35-yard line. He runs, and there's nothing there, and then all of a sudden he bounces it outside. No one can catch him. He's just faster than everybody else, and he scores.
So when you start looking at this, and this is very difficult to answer this question, picking three of these guys, and it goes to show you that how difficult the decisions are going to be for the Lions, because it seems like Kirby Joseph, there's just no path to him being here.
Yet we all think he could be extended any day now. You see how this is?
Yeah, but then who are you going to decide on? Well, the argument is for Joseph is to win now.
Yeah.
Right? And you're going to lose stuff later or trade it later. They're going to have to trade a couple of these guys, or you would hope, because you can't let the talent like this walk away. I think the easy one to omit is Campbell, and John will get on me for that a little bit. We differ on Jack Campbell more than any other player. I don't think he's a bad player. I don't think he's a special player. And I think there's people on this list that are special.
Yeah.
I've been grappling with this, and it's been surprising to me this morning. I would definitely keep Branch, and I would do Gibbs for now because of the upside. But there are certainly points. They got time to figure it out with him. I'm struggling between J-Mo and Laporta. And the one thing I'm grappling with a little bit is I do think Jamison Williams is a unique talent at receiver. I think his ability to run block is overlooked. The buy-in from him on that with the team.
Yes.
He has shown growth from immaturity. I like that. I think it's a good quality. But he's an electric player. I don't know if Sam Laporta's electric, and I think if you had to replace one, I think you can replace Laporta easier because I think J-Mo's unique.
He is. And there are very few players in the league that can do what he can do by taking the top off the defense, by changing the way a defense even approaches and game plans for you. Two high safeties, one already shaded over to J-Mo, playing off because, he could just run right by you. Like, that's a superpower as well.
Yeah, and I do think your quarterback might be making the other decision, keeping Laporta and letting J-Mo go.
Well, I was going to ask you, I think some of this is a little prisoner of the moment. Laporta had a down year 2. His rookie season, the guy was making the case to be the best tight end in football moving forward.
Yeah, you were going to give him top 3 money. You doing that now?
Well,
and that's what we're getting to. He comes up the same time as J-Mo.
And I don't mean to take away from J-Mo as a run blocker because I think it's a positive development. But of the two, Sam Laporta is a run blocker. Sam Laporta is a problem. Want to talk about red zone where you win and lose playoff games? Short yardage where you have to convert? Who's more important? Sam Laporta. I don't mean to dismiss what J-Mo brings from a speed component. You may be right, it's harder to replace. But what's a more critical cog for this football team to win games this season, the next couple seasons? It's picking up 4th and 2s. It's running the ball. It's dumping it off the tight end. It's a safety outlet for Goff when he does get pressured. I would go Laporta over J-Mo.
Right. And so what I kind of just said there is you're making the decision based on your quarterback and Laporta. And I don't disagree with that. The better fit for Goff is Laporta. He is for the team, the running game, what you have to do in a Jared Goff offense.
So you went with?
I'm going Laporta, Branch, and Gibbs.
The same 3 as me. Yep. John throws Jack Campbell in place of Gibbs, but has a plan for Gibbs, knowing, hey, I'm going to.
Yeah, you got him for another 4 years.
Run him for 4 more years, and that's the end. That's the end.
Max him out.
All right, guys, we'll get more of your ticket text in the mix on this. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you woke up this morning, put your clothes on, and you thought, you know what, these just don't fit very well, and we're getting close to picture season. You're going to be out at the beach. You're going to be on the boat. You're going to be doing fun things. You're off the golf course, and you don't like the way you look in pictures. You could be 40 pounds lighter in just 40 days with Ideal You. That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. And I know the program works because I lost 50 in those 40 days with Ideal You, and I've been able to keep it off. Book today, and Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free. They're going to take that body composition analysis. You're going to know exactly what your body's made of, how it's made up, and they're going to design a plan along with your weight loss coach that works for you, that will be successful for you. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy. Getting into that bathing suit, getting into those pictures yet again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your free body composition analysis. It's a $150 value. As I mentioned, it's absolutely free.
Oh, you can't make this up. Phones are working just in time for Carson Anderson, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, phones are working. And as we said, phones are working, 10:02, probably a contract announcement.
I mean, we don't ever get short shows. We never get, why do we always have the problems? And when something happens, nobody's here in the morning,
That's all right.
you know?
People don't want to hear us complain.
No, we'll be done at 10.
That's
and
all I do.
The beauty of today is that we get done at 10 and go home, freshen up a little bit. We're going down to the Tigers game.
That's right.
Can't wait.
Chance of rain later in the game, potentially.
It doesn't matter.
I mean,
Come on.
that's what's
Is it
happening
really?
today.
Game will be over by then.
Storms are moving in around 4 o'clock.
Oh,
The game will be over by
will be
then.
long done before
Baseball
then.
game's two and a half hours now?
Mhm. Yeah.
That's going to be hot today.
Well, the Tigers, their offense is due to blow up, make it a longer game, and the Padres' offense, their capabilities.
Yeah, it could be.
Not against babyface Olsen.
Oh, yeah. Is this the first time you've said that on the air?
Babyface Olsen?
Yeah.
No, I mean,
okay.
I think maybe I've never referred to him as babyface, but
He is. He looks so young.
Do you think the other team feels bad hitting home runs off him? Like, it looks like he has like a book report due later in the day. Like, come on, there's a kid out there.
he does. Yeah. And it almost feels like if he does give up a home run, like you might see a tear out there. Not because he's crumbling or anything like that, but it's just it feels like they're beating up on a kid.
He'll pitch today, not Jackson Jobe.
No.
Not that you're bitter about it at all.
No.
You got really
I just want
excited.
to see
You're
the Tigers win.
You know, the stars align. It's Gibby Day. You love
Oh, I
Gibby,
know.
and Jobe's going to throw, and it's a day game. You love the day game.
Oh, yeah. And we're going to be at the ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
Get your peanuts and popcorn.
Hot dog no matter what today?
Oh, yeah. Hot dog, sausage. There'll be a pretzel in my future, probably some nachos. I'm going all in.
Jeez.
Take one of everything.
Yeah. Might be two. Depends on how much I can hold.
So that'll be 2 days this week then, right? Because I heard you say the other day I ate so much on Easter I might not eat till Tuesday.
Oh yeah, I didn't have anything to eat on Monday until I had like a snack at dinner time. But I have not eaten since dinner last night, so I'm saving up.
We have to like wheelbarrow you out of Comerica Park later today.
Oh no, trust me, I can handle my own.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Don't worry.
All right.
Might be a shortage of food the rest of the week at Comerica. Sorry, out. Jansen was here.
Someone gets up to the line. What do you mean there's no more hot dogs?
Yes, I don't know. See that guy down there?
That's that. The big tall guy? Can't miss him. So we're looking forward to that later today. Heather, you excited? When's the
I'm
last time you went
pumped.
to
I'm
the
so excited.
ball
It's-
game?
Probably 2 years. I took Emily when she was little, and that's the last time I've been. I'm really excited.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm kind of excited too. Kids are all in school. Teddy's gonna be with Grandma and Grandpa. This is the day out. I can't wait.
Look at you guys. Ticket texters reacting to what we talked about with the Lions here. We said you got to pick three. We feel like Hutch is going to get extended soon, but in a world where you can't keep everybody, pick 3 of the 6 guys. Ticket texter says Branch, Laporta, and Gibbs. Jim driving on a truck. That's a popular answer. That was my answer. It was Tom's answer. John, you had a creative solution to the Gibbs thing, and you were able to squeeze in Jack Campbell, which is going to be the challenge for Brad Holmes is how many of these guys, maybe he can get more than 3, but he can't get 6. And I would note that the guy we all left off was J-Mo, who has been in the subject of trade rumors this week. And the other name that we left off was Joseph, who threw the first pitch last night and actually may get extended today for all we know. He said, we're making progress. A year ago, this is when they announced those deals.
Yeah, so it was 2 announcements in one day last year. If there's 2 announcements today, it's probably going to be Hutch and Kirby Joseph.
All thrown off today. I'm looking around for Carson Anderson. They're not going to be in studio today because they're out for the day game. Guys, what's up?
Hey, how we doing?
Oh, Doug, how are you?
I'm great. I'm great. And there will be, we kind of think we might have something to announce Lions-wise today.
Oh.
Not an extension that we're aware of, but stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Doug, you'll be happy to know the phones are working for you guys.
Yeah, I heard. I just got wind, and I think it's – I feel bad for you. You do a whole show. You got no phones. And then right when your show ends, the phones open back up. Great.
Yes.
And we're back.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't appreciate the timing of that.
Not at all, but we will see you guys down there.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're all coming down. We'll make sure are you guys by, gate A?
Yeah, I mean, the Comerica Park entrance is what it's called now. But yes, the old Gate A. Today, did you know that today is Kirk Gibson Day?
Yes, he did.
Yes, that's why.
Isn't that awesome?
Yes, that's part of the reason why we're heading down that way. We want to be there on Gibby Day, but if we bring the truck down, I'll make sure to bring the lawnmower and the weed whip, the blower, just to make sure that you guys have the appropriate sound effects all the way up until first pitch.
You know what's funny is you look down to our left from where we're broadcasting, which is just north of the Big Tiger, the Comerica Park entrance. There is an IndyCar set up. I expect them to start it up and have it revving as soon as we're on the air.
Right.
For people who are not familiar, it is amazing how much loud stuff takes place when we are down here. Amazing.
I'm curious to see if we will have the landscaping crew out today. I mean, it seems a little early.
The escape doesn't need to be landed yet?
Yeah, I don't think the escape needs to be landed. I think right now it's okay. I mean, but they don't aim for okay down here.
No, they don't.
They aim for perfection, which
they
is
don't.
why every other day it seems that they do this.
God bless them.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's on the agenda for the short show? We have to throw that in there as well. In addition to having the phones working, you guys get a short show today. What are you going to talk about?
Well, we hope that Gibby's going to stop by, actually. It would be good to visit with him. We also said, like we said, we might have a Lions announcement maybe today. We'll see. Stay tuned for that. And, it's draft talk. Let's go all in as it is tomorrow. And I still revel in some things, getting used to having a credible NFL franchise. And we'll open the show with that at 10:05.
Perfect. We're not bitter at all. Carson Anderson with open phone lines for you guys. It's 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program on the road today from Comerica Park, where the Tigers wrap up their series with the San Diego Padres. Sunny day here in Detroit. Might be a nice day here in Detroit, and glad to be outside doing the show. Hello, Scott. How are you?
Hello, Doug. I'm just fine. No, it is a beautiful day. Perfect day to come on down to the ballpark. Kirk Gibson Day.
Yep.
That's pretty awesome. A portion of the proceeds today will go to the Kirk Gibson Foundation that helps people dealing with Parkinson's. That's awesome. We love Gibby, and so this is a pretty great day to be down at the ballpark. And also a day, Doug, that the Tigers can win a series against the vaunted San Diego Padres.
Yes. And
are you struggling to not say the Los Angeles Padres?
No. Why would I?
I figured maybe you got used to saying the Los Angeles Chargers, and then it goes the other way.
Well, let me start with this. I have not gotten used to saying Los Angeles Chargers. When I speak of the Chargers, there is a greater than 50% chance that I will still call them the San Diego Chargers. So, no, I'm not struggling with calling this team the San Diego Padres. I do want to tell a quick Gibson story, this being Kirk Gibson Day, and as you mentioned, portion of the proceeds go into his foundation. Gibby worked at our station, right? And it's always interesting to see on what level you connect with someone. You know, Gibby, like Gary Danielson, when he went into the old locker room with Eli, and Eli and I connected over fatherhood. We talked a lot about being dads. Gary and I connected over college football. We talked a ton of college football off the air and had a lot of fun with it. Gibby and I connected over beer league hockey and mountain biking. And he had just, when he retired, these were the things that he did to keep himself active. He started playing hockey and mountain biking, two things that I love to do. So Gibby and I would get to talk, you ride this trail, you ride that trail. And the day for me that is surreal, that sits to be surreal that this actually happened, is we were talking about beer league hockey. And he was telling me a story. We were in the old building in an area we called the bullpen, where all the computers were set up, the printers, and everybody kind of did work. A lot of people did work in the bullpen. And so I'm in the bullpen, and Gibby comes out during a commercial break of the locker room, or maybe I can't, but it doesn't matter. It's during a commercial break, and he starts telling me a story about his hockey game the night before and how some guy kind of got him, like he thought took a bit of a cheap shot. So Gibby said, I took note of his number, and the next time he was going into the corner and I was coming in, and he started describing how he got him back. Except being Gibson, he didn't tell me how. He was showing me how.
Sure.
And the next thing I knew, he had me pinned up against the wall and was kind of recreating the moment. And it was physically uncomfortable. Like
it was like Gordie Howe and Keith Olbermann in the ESPN commercial.
Yeah. He was, and I'm like pinned up against the wall. He's got one, elbow up on my underarm, and he's pushing me up with the other elbow like to the neck. And this is how he wanted to describe. And I'm like going, yeah, you got him good. And it's just it'll always stick with me. That moment that Kirk Gibson showed up, just like about 1,000 kids just showed up outside our broadcast location. As if cued, they waited till we hit the air, and here they are. So, I don't know if you can hear them.
So I was thinking this, actually, driving down, thinking of Gibby, that
this is unbelievable.
This is how it works. Knowing that Gibby is a lover of hockey, right?
Yeah.
And I knew as well, that because we worked at the same time also, that Gibby had gotten into hockey later in life.
Ambulance.
Right?
It never fails. It was quiet. Then 1,000 kids walk past.
I just saw a high-low
and an
truck
ambulance.
Go, and we'll see what happens.
We've been on the air for 4 minutes.
Yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, so I want to ask Gibby, next time we get a chance to, I wanted to ask him if he had a chance to go back in time, would he want to be a hockey player instead? Because if he got into hockey later in life, I think he enjoyed it. And I remember watching some of the stuff they did in the TV version of the locker room with he and Joe Kocur out on the ice. And he wanted to know what it was like to be in a hockey fight with a real heavyweight.
Yeah.
Not that they were fighting, but that they were, kind of wrestling or holding each other and jostling, right? And he wanted to see what it was like. And I remember Joe Kocur saying something to the effect of, "Oh my God, I cannot believe how strong this man is."
Yeah.
And I bet you that Gibby would have been one hell of a hockey player. He was an amazing athlete. Obviously, a two-sport athlete in college at Michigan State with football and baseball, and chose baseball as his path, and probably rightfully so. I mean, he had a couple of pretty amazing moments in his amazing career.
Yep.
But I wonder if part of him would love to see if he could go back and what kind of a hockey player he would have been had he been playing hockey his whole life.
Yeah, well, let's just say that an
Could have been
amazing
that power
athlete.
forward the Red Wings needed.
I remember George Brett telling a Gibson story early in his career where he was, Gibson was scoring from second to home on a base hit, and Brett was at third base for the Royals at the time, and he said he thought he heard a Clydesdale rounding third and heading for home because Gibby was just such an imposing
6'3"
athletic
and
figure.
215.
Yeah.
And just picking him up and putting him down faster than anybody else in the league.
So today is Kirk Gibson Day down here at Comerica Park. We just got word he will not be joining us. We were hoping to have him, couldn't fit it in his schedule, so we will not have Gibby stopping by, which is unfortunate, but still a great day to honor one of the great Tigers. So Scott, draft tomorrow.
Oh, we have
a National Football League draft.
something going on?
Yeah. How you feeling? Because here's the thing that I can't get over. I used to spend this period of time before the draft thinking how fascinating it would be to be in the war room of a real competent organization. Right? Like what's being said right now in Pittsburgh? What's being said right now in Baltimore? What does the board look like in Seattle? I always wanted to know what those teams, those competent organizations, and I thought it would be really, really cool. I still struggle with the idea that in other towns, if they're doing this show, if we are Carson Anderson on Nashville's 97 won the ticket, or in Houston, or in Phoenix, we're going, I wonder what Detroit's big board looks like. Like that's where we are right now.
It is where we are right now because Brad Holmes and his staff have done an amazing job of identifying talent ever since they got into the league, and with the Lions anyway. It's been fantastic to watch. It changed literally overnight. I mean, the first draft, you're like, okay, here we go. They got guys throughout the draft, and the second draft is, oh my God, yes, here we go.
Yeah.
And here we are. This is draft number 4 for the guys, or 5 for
five. I think it's 5,
so
right?
I can't wait. I mean, you're asking me what my thoughts are on this one. I get giddy every year about the draft. We always do, right? But before it was the Lions Super Bowl was the draft. And you would build up all this anticipation for the one player that you wanted them to get, the guy you were hoping was going to slip to them and fall to them, and here they go and go get that guy. And this is a year where they're drafting at 28. It's very similar to where they were, a year ago, drafting way late in the draft. But think about it a year ago. A year ago, I think we were all kind of focused on corner.
Yeah.
Needed to get. There's a big need. We'll see if one of those guys are there. Quinyon Mitchell was the guy that I think a lot of us liked, hoping he was going to be there. Terrion Arnold thought that was more of a pipe dream and was going to happen, and lo and behold, they trade up and they get Terrion Arnold, and then they double down and get Ennis Rakestraw in the second round. We're like, wow, okay, that happened. That's pretty cool. This year is different. This is really a different feeling that I have. I'm still way giddy about it, but now it's because at 28, I don't know what they're going to do. I have no idea. They could go a number of different ways on the defensive line, on the offensive line. With all these rumors flying around with Jameson Williams, is it possible it's a receiver? I doubt it, but is it possible? You got secondary help is always a concern that you could always go with that route as well. They could do literally anything at 28, but it's not just what they can do at 28. It's, are they going to move up? Are they going to trade back? We've been going over this for well over a month with doing the deeper dives into the players that are available, and there seems to be a plethora of players available. Like if you're putting your little pool of players that you could have at 28, that pool is like 10 players deep.
Yep.
It's a pretty deep pool.
Yep. Well, we'll get into that, what we hope happens with that pool of players at 28, what a trade up could look like, what a trade back could look like. 248-539-9797. We'll get to that coming up today at 10:18 outside Comerica Park. We'll have some Tiger talk a little bit later on. Kind of expecting maybe let people in on a little secret later in the show. So stick with us for that. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. So, if you need a lawyer for a car accident, call my guy Steve and his crew at Michigan Auto Law. Once they take their case, they'll communicate with you They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. It's Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket outside Comerica Park for today's show. Tiger baseball this afternoon against the San Diego Padres. Scott Anderson, the draft is tomorrow, and an exercise that we have done something similar to this in the past. But as draft night develops, you have to be flexible. You have to be ready to pounce. You have to be prepared for all situations, correct?
This is correct.
Yes. And one of the things that could happen during the NFL draft is a player starts to slide. That player that you didn't think you'd have accessibility to perhaps becomes accessible.
Is Reuben Foster really sliding?
Yeah.
The Lions need a linebacker.
Terrion Arnold last year. Is he really sliding? And he was. And suddenly there was accessibility to a player that was considered inaccessible when the draft started. That accessibility was made way through a trade. They moved up to be able to get that guy. So at some point during the night, Brad Holmes started to make calls, right? Mm-hmm. And who took the call? The Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys and Lions swung a deal. Lions moved up. They got Terrion Arnold. So part of the exercise we're going to do today is we're going to start with who is the guy that makes you start making phone calls when they get in the accessible range via trade. That go-get guy, that high-ceiling guy that you will trade up who's – I use the word tumbling in the draft, but they're not really tumbling. They're just settling into where their value was always perceived to be. And you trade up for this guy. Tampa at 19, Denver at 20, Pittsburgh at 21. Pete Schrager said there are teams in the 20s trying to trade back. He said it this morning. So who would be the player that compels you to pick up the phone and start making calls?
This is a tough one because I do think there are so many players that I'd be very satisfied with at 28. But, I mean, the thought of moving up to get the guy that you didn't think was available to you because he's locked into being a top 15 guy. And it's even extra tough because we don't know what the real intel is on Mike Green. But to me, Mike Green's that player, the edge rusher from Marshall. He had 80 tackles last year. He's not just a guy who had 16 and a half sacks and 22 tackles for loss or whatever it was. He's actually on the field making plays all over the field throughout the game. Now, with his lack of size, maybe he's not going to be on the field all the time in the NFL to start off. But the record of what he did at Marshall shows that he can do it, at least at the college level. So at the very least, he's a pass rusher, and he's an elite pass rusher. So if the intel checks out that the off-field allegations are nothing to be concerned about, that's the guy that I look at and say, okay, I'd be willing to move up a little bit and go get that guy.
You start making calls about a player, one of these small school guys who actually made some plays in their bigger games, like against Ohio State, where he's up against high D1 talent. He did start his career at Virginia Tech, so he wasn't thought of. It's Virginia Tech or Virginia? I think it was Virginia Tech. But he's a player that was thought of as, he was thought of as a high D1 talent, but settled in at Marshall and dominated that level. And then when they went to the Senior Bowl and scouts got to see him snap in and snap out against high draftable prospects, distinguished himself. So you go Mike Green Marshall as the guy that compels you to start making calls into the 20s,
That's
high
correct.
20s. Kang, what about for you? Kang Wynn, our producer back in our command center there. Who would be the guy that compels you to pick up the phone and start making calls?
My guy, and I've talked about him a lot on the show, is Shamar Stewart. The defensive end from Texas A&M. He has all the physical attributes you want in a defensive end that can stop the run and rush the passer. His RAS score was perfect at the combine. That means his athleticism is off the charts. The issue with Shamar Stewart, and everyone knows this by now, is the lack of production at the college level. He did not get home, and he did not pile up a lot of sacks at Texas A&M. Why is that? Was it because the coaches didn't get enough out of him? Was it because he would just get the pressure only and someone else would cash in on the sacks? Because this guy played the most snaps of any defensive lineman they had, which I think is a positive. Some people may say it's a negative because he played so much and didn't get the sacks, but I think it's a positive. Means they wanted him on the field at all times because he can stop the run as well as get to at least put pressure on the quarterback, because his pressure rate did go up every year. I think if he falls in that range between 19 to 24, the line should start. I mean, I'm sure they already started the process, but they should really, start heating up the phones a little bit and trying to move up to get that guy. That's the guy. I mean, Terry Arnold fell to 24 last year. I would love if the same thing happened this year for the Lions to be able to pounce and get up and get him.
Okay, we talked about this guy yesterday, but the guy that would compel me to pick up the phone and start making calls, if he's still on the board as we get into the 20s, is Jalen Walker, the edge rusher outside linebacker from Georgia. It's funny because he is being billed as a tweener. They're not sure where he's going to play at the next level, and that is considered a bit of a negative by some people. Thinking how the Lions think, I think they see that as a positive. I think they see a versatile player who's got the physical skills to make plays off the edge, but also can maybe drop into coverage. And I think that is the type of player that they actually prefer. So for me, it's Jalen Walker out of Georgia. So we're looking for the guy that makes you make the call. Who do you start calling about if they start dropping down on draft night? The other guy, then you always have to consider, right, is that you can call teams and you can say, hey, we have some interest in your pick. And you talk for a while and you realize a deal cannot be struck. And then you call again to the next team and you realize a deal cannot be struck. And after a while, you go, okay, we'll just stay at 28, right?
Yep.
If they stay at 28 and I'm going to use the word settle, but they can't make the deal, who's your stay-at-home, kind of the floor guy that's available at most mocks? Who would you like it to be at 28, Scott Anderson?
So for me, it's very similar to Mike Green. It's a high production guy in college. Another guy who had 16 and a half sacks and did it at Boston College. It's edge rusher Donovan Ezeraku. And you look at that, another guy that had a ton of tackles outside of just tackling guys behind the line of scrimmage. The knock, not the biggest guy because he's like 6'2", 250, somewhere in that range. But he's elite, again, with his production, and he did it at Boston College. So it's a guy I think that falls perfectly to them at 28. Go ahead. Don't overthink it. Just go get the guy that makes the most sense for you.
Kang, what about you? If you end up trying to make that trade, can't make that trade, you're there at 28, who do you take?
All right, the guy I'm taking is most likely Kenneth Grant. That's my floor guy. I say most likely because I feel like he's all over the board with the mocks coming out. But everyone, I think if you ask most Lions fans, what is the Lions' biggest need? And we know Brad Holmes doesn't draft on need, but if you just ask Lions fans what's their biggest need, I think most Lions fans will say defensive end. I don't believe that necessarily true. I think defensive tackle is a spot they have a bigger need at because they have an Aleem McNeil who will not be there to start the year. DJ Reader is only getting older every year. Yes, he's still a productive player. But behind those two guys, Levi Onwuzurike, we saw, last year he was supposed to have a breakout year. Didn't necessarily happen. Broderick Martin hasn't done anything. And they just signed Lopez, who's kind of more of a depth guy, right? I think they might need a starter week one, and that guy might be a rookie if he's good enough. With defensive end, I feel like that wouldn't be the number one need because say what you want about Marcus Davenport being injured or not. Right now, he's clearly your week one starter opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Defensive tackle-wise, though, you're going to need somebody that to start opposite DJ Reader. So my floor guy, if they can't move, 28, defensive tackle, Kenneth Grant.
All right. My floor guy, if they can't move, is an interior offensive lineman, Gray Zabel from North Dakota State. And it's funny because you mentioned that most fans would say edge rusher, and I think you're probably right. And I understand the allure of adding another edge rusher. But they do have a star there that is expected to be here for a long time. I don't think they can expect an interior offensive lineman, some of their guys, to be there for a long time. And Gray Zabel is an athletic run blocker who really is impressed people. Again, Senior Bowl, he's got the size, he's got some versatility, and that he can snap the football or he can play guard. So I'm thinking, again, how the Lions think, and I feel like they can still address the edge rusher a little bit later on, and I think Zabel might be a perfect difference maker, somebody that they could need short and long term. And an underrated need for this team, comparatively speaking. So this is interesting because we ended up with 3 different pairs of players. Gator, the guy that compels him to start making calls and move up in the draft, is Mike Green. If he can't make a trade, he'll happily walk away with Donovan Ezeraku. Kang, he wants to trade up for Shamar Stewart. If he can't make a trade, he'll happily walk away with Kenneth Grant. I would be compelled to move up to take Jalen Walker, edge rusher Georgia, but if I can't make a trade, I'll stay at home and take the interior offensive lineman.
You know what else is funny?
What?
I have no problem with any of the 6 of those players.
Right.
That's why I don't mind staying at 28.
248-539-9797. Who would be your pair? The guy that would make you call, but if you can't swing the deal, you'll happily start a relationship with this player at 28. 248-539-9797 or outside Comerica Park the day before the National Football League draft here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, spring is here, and there's no better time to make a move than right now at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. The weather's warming up, the days are getting longer, and it's the perfect time to take advantage of some incredible offers that are hard to beat. Right now, you can lease a 2025 Equinox EV for just $159 a month. That's right, only $159 a month. Plus, if you're looking for something with a little more power, you can drive off in a 2025 Silverado. That's only $298 a month, and here's the best part. Both offers are with just $999 down, and that includes taxes and fees. Yes, you heard that right. No hidden surprises. So whether you need a sleek new SUV or a powerful truck, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They got the perfect vehicle just waiting for you. But you're going to need to act fast because these deals aren't going to last long, so why wait? Head over to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and take a test drive. You're going to see for yourself why they're known for making car buying a stress-free experience. Spring into action today. Don't miss out on these fantastic deals. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Together, let's drive.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so having a little fun here. We're putting you in Brad Holmes' seat. It's draft night. Somebody is dropping, and you're compelled to pick up the phone. Who is the player that would make you try and trade up? Reports today that there are teams in the 20s looking to trade back. Who do you want to make phone calls to try and move up and get? If you can't make the trade, who is the player you will happily walk away with in the draft? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Love to get your thoughts on that as we get set for what is going to be a wild day in Detroit tomorrow. Scott, not only do we have the NFL draft, we got a Piston playoff game, Game 3 at LCA. And I will just say, it feels like an unprecedented event. Like, this is a team coming back 1-1, a great victory on Monday night. LCA has never seen a game of this importance at the professional level.
No, they haven't. It's pretty great. Can't wait to hear about and the atmosphere downtown. I imagine lots of people coming down early. I think it's supposed to be a beautiful day tomorrow. Temperatures perhaps reaching into the 80s during the day, so that'll be nice, and it'll cool off a little bit when the sun goes down. But meanwhile, I think just people wanting to come downtown, be here before the game, and we're a town that loves to tailgate. We love to party. I feel like this is the perfect time to go do that finally for a Pistons game, and it's in the playoffs.
248-539-9797. Let's get to some of the feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. I can almost guarantee Brad Holmes will draft need again this year early by trading up to his favorite college for Jihad Campbell, linebacker. Detroit has 2 healthy linebackers currently. I think it's another player that has some versatility that would appeal to them.
100%.
And Scott, it's almost as if, and I'm glad this person texted it almost feels like we haven't talked about him enough.
No, I don't think we have, because it's linebacker, and I think we kind of take it for granted because you've got Jack Campbell. They signed Barnes to an extension. You still have Anzalone, and Malcolm Rodriguez is still in the mix. And so it's not that they don't need linebackers, because they're not going to hang on to all 4 of these linebackers for the next 4 years. I could absolutely see that. And Jihad Campbell is a guy who slides all over the place. You talk about versatility. He can play either linebacker position. He can rush the passer. There's a ton of upside with him. Yeah, Alabama guy. There's no question that they like drafting players from Alabama. There's a reason. Alabama's been one of the better teams in the country for the last 25 years.
The pool of talent is there.
Yeah, exactly. You should look at Alabama.
From Will, if Jihad Campbell starts to fall past 15, I'd seriously consider making the move up. We could call the linebacking core the law firm of Anzalone, Campbell, and Campbell. It certainly could do that. And he mentioned Anzalone. Anzalone's one of those guys that feels like, I believe this is his last year under contract, and they love him. He's a heart and soul guy, but when they're considering where do they save money, I don't think it's a given that he will be back. I think they'd love to keep him, but there's a lot of guys they'll love to keep, but they might not be able to.
Yeah, I think that they've been pretty careful about some extensions with certain players, and he's one of them. I think when you look at the extension for Unzarike or for Barnes, again, it's not like they didn't break the bank to bring those guys back. They paid them, but they didn't break the bank to do it. And it's also on shorter term, I guess. It's not like these 6-7 year deals. So I like what they've set themselves up and protected themselves. And he's done a great job of finding the next guy. Or at least we hope he's done a great job of finding the next guy, because they've done this with the depth on the offensive line, taking some chances on some players, and also on the defensive line. But we haven't really seen it yet with Broderick Martin. But, hey, first year didn't see anything. I would imagine they expect some bigger things from him this year, but we'll see.
Next text. This one's interesting. This draft class is so weird. The talent gap between the 15th pick and the 40th pick is tiny. I wouldn't even consider trading up. So, obviously you're not playing the game here, but the problem with that thinking is it's not as if the Lions have multiple picks between 15 and 40, so you can take advantage of that. So trading up doesn't cost you any more players, right? And here's the other thing that you have to consider. There's always a bit of a surprise. Pete Schrager came out with a mock today that he says is based upon intel that he has gotten from GMs. This guy's at 13. Okay?
No.
Pete Schrager's got Mason Graham at 13.
I haven't seen Mason Graham outside of 6.
I know.
Any mock draft I've looked at. In fact, 95% of them have him locked in at number 5.
I know.
Jacksonville, I think. So, okay. I mean, look, this is a test, right? This is where people make fun of the mock drafts and say you can't tell anything from mock draft. All right, if Schrager has him as 13,
yeah,
well, we're going to find out really
early. We're going to find out
whether or not that's where he stands.
So, my man here wouldn't even consider making that call. I don't know. 248-539-9797. It's the day before the NFL draft. We'll have some Tiger talk a little bit later on, some Pistons discussion as well. Let's go to Tony, our 97 won the ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Love the show, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, I would trade up if I'm trading up to. I'm on Chang's side. I believe what he's saying. I'm glad someone's talking about Aleem McNeil. I would trade up for Kenneth Grant or Derek Harmon, really. And if I stay put, I want to take a Derek Harmon or at least a 4-down player. But to me, Aleem McNeil, when he comes back, I don't think he's going to be the same guy. I'm worried that his injury is going to be worse than, people keep talking about Hutch. I mean, we've all just seen he's come back from a broken leg. So I'm more worried about Aleem's knee. And, Brad drafted defensive tackles before he drafted defensive ends. And to me, that's the more pressing need. So I'd trade up for Kenneth Grant. Or if I stayed put, I'm still taking whoever falls to me. Hopefully it's Harmon, or someone else like Donovan Jackson at guard, who's going to be a four-down starter.
Okay, so you'd trade up for Kenneth Grant, and you'd stay put for, is it Harmon or Donovan Jackson? Okay, Harmon. Okay, so yeah. I mean, look, he's right. It is a need. Defensive tackle is something that is kind of been overshadowed because there were marquee plays available at edge, perceived to be available, accessibility to Myles Garrett. They're perceived to be accessibility to Max Crosby. And now the same thing with Trey Hendrickson. We're not hearing the same thing about any marquee defensive tackles, are we? I can't think of one off the top of my head. Am I missing somebody?
I don't think so.
And so that got everybody dreaming about adding an elite player. And so there is it's overshadowed. All that talk has overshadowed the need of defensive tackle, I guess is my point. So there's merit to what he's saying.
Oh, 100%. We've talked about it a lot on the show about Kenneth Grant or Derek Harmon, and I think most mocks have Harmon going before Grant, but not much before. I mean, these two guys have a lot to bring to the table, and there's a lot to like about both of them. Harmon, I think, gets in the backfield towards the quarterback a little bit more, but Kenneth Grant makes a ton of plays in the backfield. So I wouldn't have a problem with either player if they're there. Again, it's like a 10-player bucket.
It really is. It is a healthy bucket of players that could be there at 28. From an unnamed texter, I'm doing whatever I can to get Kenneth Grant. I'm not trying to be a homer, but McNeil won't be back till week 10, 12, maybe later. Next text from Tim and Lapeer. The guy I'm calling to move up for if he falls is Jihad Campbell. He's a stud linebacker, but also plays edge in some packages. If we stay at 28, I hope Derek Harmon or Walter Nolan falls to us. That is from Tim in Lapeer.
Nolan's another one.
Yep.
There seems to be three really good defensive tackles.
Yep.
Nolan, Harmon, and Grant. Because Mason Graham is kind of out of it because he's highly thought of as being the fifth pick overall, despite what Schrags is saying.
If you're the general manager of the Detroit Lions, you need to be prepared for a lot of scenarios. And you need to know, all right, if this guy falls, I start making phone calls to move up. This on a day where there are reports that there are teams in the 20s that are looking to trade back. So the Lions could take advantage of that market. Who would be the player that would compel you to make that phone call to move up? Who would be the guy you'd stick at 28 and happily select? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson outside Comerica Park here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Twin Peaks fans, it's hump day, and you know what that means. Bourbon and Brews is back at Twin Peaks. Every Wednesday, your favorite Twin Peaks girls will be dressed to impress. In their finest black lingerie, serving up samples of special bourbons and beers. Get there between 5 and 7 for sampling opportunities of those high-end bourbons and whiskeys and some of their famous craft cocktails. Enjoy them with the Beer of the Month, Bell's Oberon. What's better than beautiful Twin Peaks girls and awesome drinks? How about pairing that up with some of their scratch-made food, hand-cut New York strips, house-smoked ribs, and brisket, and the best wings in the state? Have you seen their wings? Hand-cut and battered to order. All their boneless wings, the smoked wings, and their naked and breaded wings, enough to tackle any appetite. Biggest ones you've seen. And you know what pairs well with wings? All your favorite sports action. You won't want to miss Thursday night at your favorite lodge. You got basketball, Game 3, as well as the draft. They're even giving away a new Vizio soundbar. Ask your Twin Peaks girl for details. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Tomorrow's the draft. We're putting you in Brad Holmes' shoes. You are sitting there. You're in the war room. You're watching the draft unfold. And you go, wait, look who's still out there. Hold on. He's still out there. The pick is in. They didn't take him. He's still out there. Now you're getting to 18, 19, 20. There are reports today that teams in the 20s are looking to trade back. A year ago, Brad Holmes moved up in the 20s and got his guy in Terrion Arnold. Who is the player that you would make that call for? The player that would compel you to say, yeah, I'm going to move up. I'm going to make sure that I walk away with my guy. I'm not going to be the victim of how the board falls. I'm going to control the board by moving up to where I can get my guy. So who would be that player? That's one. Two is, okay, you can't make that trade. You wished you could, didn't work out. I'm going to sit there at 28, and I'll gladly walk away with this player. I went with Jalen Walker as my trade-up guy. Gray Zabel as I sit there and be happy with guy. Gator went with Mike Green as his trade-up guy. Donovan Ezeraku with his sit there and be happy guy. Kang moves up for Shamar Stewart, edge rusher A&M. Sit there and be happy with Kenneth Grant. 248-539-9797. Great quote as it pertains to the draft from an NFL insider. They got it from a coach. We'll get to that today at 11:05. And we'll tell you what a trade back might look like for the Detroit Lions. That, again, at 11:05. Here's feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Kenneth Grant is a perfect fit. Will command double teams and still wall up the inside. Freakish athlete for a big man. He is. And, I mean, to foreshadow tomorrow's show a little bit, I think one of the storylines that may come out of this draft from a Lions perspective is I don't think it matters what level a defensive player is that they take it, whether it be on the front four, a linebacker, or in the secondary. I think you're going to hear that that player is great against the run. If you look at the direction this league is going, I don't think you go any longer for that corner or that safety that's elite in coverage but not great against the run. I think it's a prerequisite that your defensive tackle, sure, you like guys that can pressure the quarterback, but you have to be a run stuffer primarily. And in the secondary, if you're not an enthusiastic tackler, I don't think the Lions would draft you because of the way this league is going.
Yeah, I don't think the Lions would. I think other teams still would subscribe to the theory of, hey, I just want a lockdown corner. I don't care if he stuffs the run or not. And there's some merit to that. But like you said, I think what the Lions have decided to do is it matters for you to be involved in the rush defense. And they want the willing tacklers. And those are the tough guys, the tough players that get out there. The problem with those guys is that they also put themselves in harm's way and can find themselves injured. That's why you can't have enough defensive backs. And that's also why I wouldn't rule out if here's another player who was crazy talented all over the board is Nick Amenwari, the safety, who has size, incredible speed for that size, plays safety but could also presumably play a little bit of corner if you had to. Could get after the quarterback if you wanted him to. You know, Lions do like that from their safeties. They do like to blitz Brian Branch quite a bit. So would they want another player in that same kind of mold? But just a bigger. He's a bigger version of Brian Branch. He's a faster version of Brian Branch.
248-539-9797. My trade-up guy is Derek Harmon, writes Anthony and Novi. My floor guy is Ezeraku. Either player is a difference maker. It's amazing to me the bucket of defensive tackles that could be on the board. And it's really interesting, right? At the top, there's Mason Graham. And then it feels like there's 3 or 4 interchangeable guys that I'd be perfectly fine with at 28. I'm sure the Lions have them ranked in a certain order.
Of course.
To me, it's the difference between them is not that big. And so, yeah, if they're all on the board, I'll have my favorite. But happy to walk away with Harmon, Grant, or Nolan.
I can't disagree with that.
Trade up for Matthew Golden. Stay put for Tyler Booker.
Trading up for a wide receiver. Interesting.
Well, that feels like it would be something that would be in play if another move is made, right? The one that I struggle a little bit with how much truth there is to it, and that would be a Jamison Williams trade. I don't know what the market is, given that he's got a couple years left and you're just about to pay him. You're just about to have to pay him. I think that hurts his trade, what you'd get back in return. But there's no question he is a great talent.
He is a great talent. I think there would be a big market because any team that gets him gets at least 2 years out of it before they have to give him pay him the big money. And I think that, trying to find some logic in this whole thing, and remember when they brought Golden in, we're like, why does this make any sense? If their thought process is we're not going to sign him to an extension, then they can do one of two things. They're either just going to ride it out for the fourth and fifth year, or do they want to get some value for him before they let him go in free agency, and you get more value for him now than you would next year. So why not make him available? I don't like that way of thinking because I think I don't want to disrupt this offense any more than it already has been with a change in offensive coordinator. I think he's a huge part of this team. I agree with Kang that I think maybe a little bit more than scratch the surface, but you can see how valuable he can be to this team, and he's got so much more to give, and he had 1,000 yards last year and, 7 touchdowns. I mean, he's somebody that the defense pays attention to every single snap that he's on the field, and there's a reason. That speed is lethal. So he's got value in this league, and he's got incredible value to this offense. I guess I'd be a little surprised if they moved on from him, but the logic behind moving on from him would be because they knew they weren't going to sign to an extension, so get something for him.
You know what I feel like bringing Matthew Golden really is probably about, what bringing him in for a visit is? It's a just-in-case scenario. It's like I'm happy at my job, but I'm updating my resume in case, I need to, or I'll apply for this other job. Well, I'm using a hypothetical here, not an actual real-life scenario.
All right.
And what I mean by that is I don't expect that phone call to come where somebody is offering an absolute boatload of draft capital for Jamison Williams. But if that happens, I need to be ready to make a move quickly to replace him. That's what I think Matthew Golden is. I think that's the only reason I think they brought him in is, okay, we could get a call about our guy, and if we do, he's one of our best tradable assets if we're just looking to unload assets, which they aren't. But if he is a tradable asset that people might call about, and let's say somebody calls and says, we're giving you 2 firsts, including a really good one this year, and you go, okay, so I get a first rounder next year, and I can draft Matthew Golden with the first rounder you give me this year, and I can have him on the cheap. I don't suspect anything like that's going to happen. I'm not sure they suspect it. I just think it's an insurance policy in case that call comes.
It might be, and if that call comes, it'd be interesting what is on the other end of that line. Is it a first-round pick? Is it multiple picks? How intriguing would it have to be for you to pull the trigger on a deal like that? And, we talk about wide receivers that you can find them all throughout the draft, and you certainly can, but to find one that has that kind of lethal speed is not easy to come by. There's a handful of those guys, and they go pretty early. And would you want to use a first-round pick on that? I still don't like it.
Let's go to John. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, John.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're great, thank you.
There's 2 players I think we need to move up for, but the one I really like is Josh Simmons, tackle out of Ohio State. Got to watch him play a ton in the Big Ten. He's a big body, and if we talk about longevity of the Lions being good for a long time, I think reinvesting in the O-line is always something that will lead to success long term.
Well, it's clear it's an incredible position of importance to the Lions. If you look at what they did before they added Jahmyr Gibbs and before they added some of the skill position players, they fortified their offensive and defensive lines. And their success has been predicated on their ability to win in the trenches. Now, last year the defensive line got devastated by injuries and it didn't look like it, but you start thinking about the resources they used, including, they drafted Aleem McNeil, they drafted Levi Onwuzurike, they drafted Aiden Hutchinson. Whether or not it worked, obviously in the case of Onwuzurike, there are other guys like Broderick Martin and kid out of LSU, Wingo. I mean, they've drafted a lot of guys in the trenches defensively. Injuries didn't help last year, but I think there's merit in what you're saying, John.
I don't think it would be expensive because I think he'll probably be in those high 20s. And I also really like Jared Williams, the center out of Georgia, and I'd love to see us move up in the second round and maybe grab him as well.
Would you take him in 28 if Simmons is gone?
No. Yeah. He's a second round guy, but if that's a guy that we can plug into our line and develop. I mean, they talk about draft, develop, resign. A big body out of Georgia, great, probably the best center in the draft, can learn for a year or two. That's, to me, another really great plug-in option at 2. But you probably would need to move up in the second round to get him.
So, John, you mentioned Simmons as a trade-up guy. If you can't make that trade, you sit there at 28, and who are you happy to take?
Oh, man. Probably, as much as I hate to say this, bit of a cop-out, probably best available. John, that is exactly a cop-out. That is such a cop-out. It's a bit of a cop-out, but I don't know if there's anybody there I'm really excited about other than if, you got to trust. I'm definitely not a Brad Bott, but if you trust in his ability to make decisions, if he's got somebody high on his board, then
you can't do the whole logic thing. We all understand, and we got to believe Brad Holmes knows what he's doing. What if Gray Zabel is there?
Gray Zabel would be okay. I think. Oh man, let me just.
He's doing everything
quick.
he can. He can't make up his mind, John.
You're like maybe
the heat is on. The clock is ticking. You got to get the pick in.
I'll go with who's the guy out of South Carolina.
Oh, Nick Imanwari.
What, the
yeah,
safety
that might be a good pick. Or that edge, the edge out of BC. The edge out of BC. Oh. That was who I would go with.
As a Rock.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate the phone call. We treat John like it's his job to know these questions.
Right,
but
right.
yeah, we asked the question for a reason.
He's doing the icky shuffle up there. He's going, no, he's not. He's going, no, he's not. He's going, no, he's not.
All right, what would a trade back look like on a day where there are reported rumors that there are teams that might be looking to get into the late first round? Could they be calling the Lions? We'll get to that coming up at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. According to college basketball reporter John Rothstein, Michigan basketball finalizing a deal with Duke to play a neutral site game in Washington in February 2026. Generally, teams wrap up their non-conference slate around late December. Rocket Classic tickets are now officially on sale. Wednesday, June 25th is free, and prices range from $65 to $255 going through the tournament. The Tigers will wrap up their 3-game series with the Padres at Comerica Park this afternoon. Reese Olson heading to the mound, and A.J. Hinch will send out the following lineup behind him. Justin Henry Malloy leads off in DHs today. Gleyber Torres back in the 2 holes. He plays second base. Riley Green will hit third and play left. Andy Ibanez in the cleanup spot as he plays third. Spencer Torkelson to follow at first base. Zach McKinstry, the hot-hitting McKinstry, hitting sixth and playing right field. Dylan Dingler will once again catch Reese Olson here today and hit seventh. Javier Baez hitting eighth and playing center field once again. Trey Sweeney will round it out and be at shortstop. ESPN football reporter Peter Schrager released his only mock draft of the season. He has the Lions selecting Michigan corner Will Johnson at 28. Detroit Mercy All-Freshman guard Nate Johnson has announced he's returning next season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Schrager mock draft is interesting there. A guy who was in the top 10 going to the Lions, the 28.
What?
I did think he was a possible fall candidate, so we'll talk about that as the show goes on. Today is Gibby Day here at Comerica Park. Those interested in attending the game today can purchase tickets at kirkgibsonfoundation.org. kirkgibsonfoundation.org. A portion of the proceeds from the tickets purchased through that website directly will benefit the foundation. The foundation will be holding various activities throughout the game with the team from the Kirk Gibson Foundation for Parkinson's group. The mission of the Kirk Gibson Foundation for Parkinson's is to improve the quality of life for those living with Parkinson's through the development and delivery of activity-based programs, which is, it just sounds like something Gibby would do. KirkGibsonFoundation.org. If you can't make it to the game today and can't purchase tickets through that website, or you've already purchased your tickets, we encourage you to go check out the website and support it in any way. Great cause.
Yeah, they've broken ground, and they're going to open it up, I think, this summer. They plan to open up the building on Northwestern Highway in, I believe, Farmington Hills. So that's awesome. And if you're at the game today, you can go out and see the guys out there on, I believe, the porch area out there in right field.
Yep.
So they'll be out and about, but love Kirk Gibson.
It's Gibby Day, appropriate, on the 23rd.
4/23.
Yeah, and who are they playing?
Padres.
And he did something against the Padres, I do recall. 248-539-9797. Tanner is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Tanner.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Great.
So I wanted to trade out of the first round, maybe with the Jets with pick 42, and try get someone like Jack Sawyer, and maybe try and get Quinion Williams at defensive tackle. If they would do it, I'm not sure if they would, but that would at least get rid of the need for defensive tackle while filling a need for edge rusher.
You're talking about Quinion Williams, their defensive tackle?
Yeah.
Well, that'd be interesting because I don't think that they would have any interest in trading him.
No.
He's an outstanding player without question. But I don't know if he's on the trade market.
Have you heard that or seen that anywhere?
I haven't heard it, but for our first-round pick, I mean, they might do it. I'm not sure, but it's just an idea.
So
anywhere
Detroit
in the early second round.
Detroit gets their second-round pick and Quinion Williams for the pick at 28.
Not just pick at 28. Would probably have to give up a little bit more, but, I mean, make the call, see if they're able to do something, maybe give up a little bit more in the draft, but
you'd probably have to give him a couple first-round picks.
I'm not sure there's accessibility to Quinion Williams, but I wouldn't hate that deal. I haven't seen anything that he is being shopped around. Kang, are we missing something with Quinion Williams?
You're not getting Quinion Williams for what that guy was offering. I'll tell you that right now.
Thank you.
I didn't think so. Yeah. Okay, so we did mention
Maybe they'll
that
throw
there
in
was
Sauce Gardner. I don't know.
good. Yeah, sure. And give a sixth. No, there was a great quote from Diana Rossini. She got it from a head coach about this draft. As it pertains to elite talent, this head coach said, there aren't a lot of Robert De Niros at the top of this draft.
What?
There aren't a lot of Robert De Niros. There's not a lot of great leads, elite talent. He went with a Robert De Niro comparison.
I mean, Robert De Niro today?
I don't think he means as an actual football player. I think he means as an actual talent.
But as an actual talent today? Like today's Robert De Niro?
How about just the whole Robert De Niro resume? He's an elite actor.
Yeah, he was.
Well, okay, it's an older coach. I love it. I think it's creative and funny. You seem confused.
Don't have Buster Keaton's out there.
Well, now you've gone too far. But in this, one of those what I'm hearing stories, Rossini wrote, sources say the Browns and Giants, who own the first 2 picks of the second round, are in trade talks with teams at the back end of the first round. If either team trades up, the expectation is that it would be to select a quarterback. So, the Browns who pick at 33 and the Giants who pick at 34, you could drop 5 or 6 spots, and the draft value chart says you could get their 4th rounder. That's what a trade back might look like. How would you feel about that scenario playing itself out?
I'd be very interested in it. Again, if you're looking at, I'm not making that trade until the last second, so I can see what players are available, how many guys are still left in my pool of players that I really like, so I can guarantee I'm going to get one of them. And for 4th round pick, it sounds about right to slide back that far. It'd be great if you can get a 3rd, but it doesn't seem like that's likely. But yeah, I'd do that.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess that team would offer you a 5th. You'd ask for a 3rd, and you'd get what the value chart says, and that would be a 4th. Kang, how would you feel about a trade like that to go from 28 to 33, 34, and allow them to take their quarterback that they want that could be on the board at 28 because they don't want to invest in a quarterback draft class that I would say doesn't have a lot of Robert De Niros?
I don't know. Is there a Pacino in the second round? I'm not sure. I would not be against that at all moving back. I mean, I feel like this is like everyone's saying, this is a pretty deep draft with defensive linemen. You move back. I mean, it's still taking a chance. It's not like you're moving back to 29 here. But I still feel comfortable in getting a pretty solid player at defensive line, specifically defensive tackle. And maybe if that guy's not there, you go interior offensive lineman. But, yeah, moving back to gain more draft capital, I'm all for it.
248-539-9797. Let's go to John next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, John.
Carson Anderson, how we doing?
Good, John. How are you?
I'm great, man. I ain't talked to you guys in a while. I hope you guys are doing good. But what I'd like to say is I think that we need to trade Jameson Williams. I feel like last year everybody was hyping him up to have his breakout season, and for me it was kind of underwhelming. I know he had the 2-game suspension, and I know he hit 1,000 yards, but I feel like he hasn't reached his potential with us, and maybe other teams would like to take a chance on him, and we can get some capital back from him,
Well, he's been in the league for 2 years, and really just 1 year when you think about it. And I don't know. I expect massive things from him this year on the team. I think he's done a little bit more than scratch the surface, but there's a lot of meat left on that bone to get from him. He's a very, very talented player, and I think that they would expect him to have an even bigger year this year.
Yeah, I don't disagree that he's a good player. I just feel like, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to reach his ceiling with us,
Why?
But just because I feel like we've presented all the opportunities for him to go crazy, with all the weapons we have on offense. But I don't think he's gone through on his potential,
Well, I guess I categorically disagree in almost every way. He's because they have all those weapons, the football gets spread around quite a bit. He has a unique skill set that no other receiver on their offense has. He helps everyone because of his speed. He needs to be accounted for. Safeties need to get rolled over the top, and he's just getting started. Now, I will say this about the possibility of this, John. Nobody knows Jamison Williams in this league better than the Detroit Lions. Any team that's trading for him doesn't know the kid and his professionalism and his maturity and his ceiling and how hard he works. Nobody knows it more than the Detroit Lions. If the Lions were to trade Jamison Williams, then, John, I would conclude that they probably think along the way that you think. I just think the fact that he does the little things, that he blocks and gives effort. There was some weird stuff with the personal fouls, and that was some moments of immaturity, and he's commented on those things. But I guess one of the reasons why it doesn't bother me as much is because I think of some of the things I thought and did when I was in my early 20s, and I don't know when I grew up a little bit, but I want to give the kid a chance if he's willing to do what is asked, and if he's not, then I go ahead and trade him. But at this point, I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
Yeah, I'm not looking to move on from Jamison Williams, but if somebody comes calling with a crazy offer, I'll listen, but I'm not likely to do it.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Listen, when you have any issues at all with your garage doors, you're trying to figure out who do you call. You call a handyman, who do you call here? Here's who you call, Precision Garage Door Service. That's what they specialize in. Garage doors, it's right there in the name. They're awesome. They are a local company proudly serving Southeast Michigan since 2001. They provide expert garage door repairs and service and new garage door installation. In fact, I've used them for both reasons. I had them come out years ago to service the garage doors that were a little sluggish. They figured out the issues. They repaired them without any problem, and I was very happy. And then years later, I needed new garage doors because they told me back then, that, you know what, they're going to break down at some point. You might want to start thinking about that. I did. I picked up the phone. I called them. They came out, walked me through all the options, and I couldn't be happy with the garage doors that I picked. It worked perfectly for me. They're available on weekends at no extra charge. If you go on their website and schedule an appointment, you can schedule an appointment that works for you. That's right, a time that works for you, not a window of opportunity for them, but for you. Call them today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or like I said, make that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
It's Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket, 248-539-9797. Talking about a variety of things like.
Oh, a little Canadian there.
Did I sound Canadian? Did my Canadian roots come out there?
Yeah, well, a little bit of
a boot.
The boot.
A little bit of boot. I did, eh? That's terrible. Anyway, we got a couple things on the table with the draft being tomorrow. We'll get to some Tigers and Pistons stuff. At 11:30, the buzz out of New York as we get set for Game 3, Pistons and Knicks. But we're talking draft right now. The go-get guy, the guy that if he starts to fall on draft night would compel you to pick up your phone and call about trading up. That with reports from Pete Schrager today that teams in the 20s are looking to trade back. I'm trading up for Jalen Walker, or trying to trade up for Jalen Walker. Gator's trying to trade up for Mike Green, and Kang is trying to trade up for Shamar Stewart. If you can't make the trade, you will happily sit at 28 and select who. Gator says Donovan Azaraku. Kang says Kenneth Grant. I say Gray Zabel. 248-539-9797. It's kind of your high ceiling, but here's your floor guy, too. Also talking about the story from Diana Rossini that sources say the Browns and the Giants, who own the first 2 picks of the second round, are in trade talks with teams at the back end of the first round. That's the Lions. If either team trades up, it'll be the expectation that they take a quarterback. Of the Giants, Rossini wrote, I'm told they want to be ready for anything, including the possibility of drafting a non-quarterback at number 3 and then trading back into the first round later to grab their guy at quarterback. So that would probably fetch you a 4th-round pick. Would you be happy with a deal back? And I think all of us are cool with that. We mentioned the Schrager draft a little bit earlier. This is the first time we've seen this name mocked to Detroit. And he used to reside regularly inside the top 10. In his mock draft, Shamar Stewart is on the board. James Pierce is there. Derek Harmon is there. But so is this player. And I've kind of hinted it. I think he may fall. Would he fall this far? And that player is Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan. How would you feel about this scenario playing itself out?
Well, I mean, what are the names of the players that are there? I mean, if I've got a chance to – I guess to answer your question first, if Will Johnson is slipping, there's a reason he's slipping. And I think teams are concerned about his durability, and that's a legitimate concern when you look back at his career at Michigan. And are they also concerned about his speed, that he's not as fast as they thought that he was, and he hasn't really been able to show that off because he's recovering from an injury. And I think there are legitimate concerns with that. And if he slides that far back, but I've got a chance, like you said, Shamar Stewart is available?
Yeah.
I mean, or Derek Harmon? I'd look at those guys before I'd look at Will Johnson, even though I think Will Johnson's a talented player. There's a reason he's slipping.
Will Johnson could be a player that there is a lot of misinformation floating out there about.
Could be.
I kind of wonder if this stuff is being floated by teams in the teens that want to make him drop. And look, he didn't work out at the combine, missed half the season last year at Michigan. When he was on the field, there is no question this is a dominant player. 3 pick sixes, really, he was an outstanding postseason his sophomore year. I just look at this player and say, okay, are there really concerns, or is he the misinformation guy of the 2025 NFL draft? And I guess I've thought about it, and I'm going, okay, if he didn't run the 40 at his pro day, why would you do that? Is it because he thought he had nothing to gain, or he's got something to hide? And I'm just not sure how to interpret it. So, there's sort of a vagueness about whether or not there really are red flags there. I don't, I talked to people in Michigan, and they absolutely love Will Johnson, the player. And, I know that there were calls that came in about the veracity of the injury, and they were like, yeah, he's really hurt. But
they're not going to say anything otherwise either. I mean, I think you have to look beyond Michigan to get a real opinion on what he is.
The guy that I talked to, I think, would tell the truth.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I think he would tell the truth. But with that said, Schrager's got him at 28, and That is interesting. And here's what he writes about it. He writes, Johnson's stock has slipped a bit. He had a foot injury last season and was inconsistent for the Wolverines, but he also sat out Michigan's pro day because of a hamstring injury. He's a top-level talent, though, and he'd be a perfect corner complement to Terrion Arnold. I mean, they'd have Will Johnson, Terrion Arnold, and DJ Reed, not to mention, Ennis Rakestraw still in the organization, Amik Robertson still in the organization. I mean, suddenly that position is overflowing with players. But you subscribe to the theory you can never have enough defensive backs.
Correct. It's a position of attrition. Guys get hurt all the time, and all you have to do is look at the Lions. Just look at last year.
All you have to do is look at Will Johnson.
Yeah, well, just look at Will Johnson, right? Which is why I'm not that keen at 28 on taking him, particularly because I think there are other. I mean, this is me, right? I do look at need along with the players, and I think I can match that up and say I think there are plenty of defensive ends that are also really good players. So I don't upset Brad Holmes with what he has to say about it, that we don't look at positions. Okay, right, whatever. You look at players, and there are plenty of players there that I would rather have at 28 that I think can aid this team in a more pressing need than Will Johnson. I think Will Johnson's really good. But I think these other players are too.
248-539-9797. What do you think of this Schrager mock that has Will Johnson go to the Lions at 28, Kang?
I'm sorry, what was that, Doug?
What do you think of – it's okay, yeah. Schrager has Will Johnson to go to the Lions at 28. First time we've seen that. What are your thoughts on that?
Schrager, he waits for his mock draft till the very, end. He only does one mock draft, and he's pretty dialed in. What I think is that Will Johnson's going to fall. Now, I don't know if he'll fall to 28, but my reading is – and this isn't breaking news because, he hasn't run, which is, I think – how slow is this guy, you're asking yourself, if he's not willing to run at any point? Because he's injured? Is he really injured? And then you go back to, does he really love football? Because he didn't play, right? Some guys will love it so much that, hey, I'll go out. I don't have to be 100% to go out there. I understand what you're saying, Gator, with the attrition at that position, but they have so many cornerbacks. They love, apparently, Rakestraw, and he hasn't even scratched the surface yet. Amik Robertson, we saw what he can do when needed to be an outside corner. I'm not against drafting a cornerback. The Will Johnson, I think if you told me like this, 4 months ago, I'd say you're crazy. But at this point, I always side on the caution, on the side of where there's smoke, there's fire. Might be a reason why Will Johnson's fallen. Not as in love with him as I used to be, that's for sure.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Move up for Jahad Campbell or Gray Zabel. Stay for Tyler Booker. That's from Philip at work. Brian writes in, trade up for Shamar Stewart or sit pat for whichever defensive tackle falls, Grant, Nolan, or Harmon. Trade back, I'd take Landon Jackson. That's the edge rusher out of Arkansas. If your trading has to be up, I'd do it for Jahad Campbell. Anzalone's going to be 32. This guy can rush the passer and is a sideline-to-sideline linebacker. A lot of Jahad Campbell love coming in today.
Yeah, I understand it.
248-539-9797. All right, what's the buzz out of New York as we get set for the Pistons and Knicks Game 3 tomorrow night, right over there at LCA. We're outside of Comerica Park today on Gibby Day here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
So if you want your lawn to look amazing this summer, do what I do and call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. Give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN or check out naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time, you purchase the full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. You don't want to wait. With the warm weather means that weeds can start cropping up, which means dandelions. And dandelions are awful. They rob your lawn of water and nutrients. It's no bueno. You got to stop them before they go to seed. And it's not too late to treat for crabgrass. Call now for that beautiful weed-free lawn this summer, the one that is all the envy of your neighbors. You do this, right? Because Natural Way is awesome. They're reputable. They don't give you the runaround. They won't tell you that you got a problem here when it's really there. They're really upfront and honest with you. They tailor specifically for your lawn using high-quality products and high-quality expertise. They have experts come out and check out what's wrong with your yard. It's a locally owned company for over 35 years, a company I've trusted for almost a dozen years right now. Go ahead, keep your money right here in the state of Michigan and give Natural Way a shot. 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Carson Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket outside Comerica Park. Tigers and Padres coming up this afternoon. Broadcast, gets underway in just about an hour's time. I'm good. Thank you,
All
Scott.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pat on the back. Let's go to Mike. You're next on 97 the ticket. Hello, Mike.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Mike.
Listen, man, I almost fell out my chair. I saw the guy. He's been on ESPN and everything. And the guy that's talking about getting Johnson, man, he doesn't know the line. He doesn't know every team what their specific needs are, evidently, because that's ridiculous. To get a guy that's injured already after we coming off a season 24-25 where our defense was hurt because of injuries, and in the past our general manager has dealt with people who had histories of injuries, and those injuries showed up, we should not be nowhere near anybody that has any injuries in their past, man. It's ridiculous. I don't care how far he drops. We need.
Well, I would say this. When it relates to injuries, Brad Holmes has not been afraid to draft players that have been hurt and missed big portions of time. I mean, you go back to Jamison Williams and Hendon Hooker and others that they've taken that have already had big injuries, and he's not going to shy away from that. The other thing is with Will Johnson's injuries, I would imagine that those are going to be completely healed up by the time training camp rolls around. I mean, if it's if he was dealing with a foot injury and then a hamstring, I mean, hamstrings heal.
But why are we even looking in that direction? We drafted first round, second round cornerback last year. The year before that, we've been doing the defensive back thing. Our focus, I wouldn't even look in that direction.
To be fair here, the reason they look that direction is if you believe what he says, and his behavior sometimes indicates that he doesn't really pay attention to position. He just wants good football players. That's why
needs to change.
His own words. Well, I mean, does he? He's had some of the most productive drafts in the history of the Detroit Lions.
Okay, I got that. But let me ask y'all one question. Let me just ask you one question.
All right.
How long are we going to deal with what we need? We know we need to chase down quarterbacks from the linebacker position or the end position. That's it. We're not going to win a Super Bowl. We're not going to win a Super Bowl without addressing this. So why are we even talking about the other stuff? I don't care what his past has been.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, I mean, it's what somebody else's opinion was. You clearly disagree with it, and that's fine. They do have an edge rusher. His name's Aiden Hutchinson, who didn't play in the second half of last season, who might have made a bit of a difference.
That's one
right,
side.
and one amazing side.
And that's the side that most people have is one side.
Yeah, that they didn't have when it came to the playoffs, and I think that he probably would have made a big difference for them in the playoffs if he were healthy.
We would not have won a Super Bowl without another edge rusher from the other side. You look at what LA's doing. You look at what Philly did. Everybody has.
I mean, the team the Lions beat.
What team the Lions beat?
L.A.
They didn't beat them in the playoffs this year.
They did 2 years ago, and then they beat them to start the season this year.
But what did they do last year? They drafted.
They beat the Rams.
The Rams. The Rams are.
I don't care what the Rams did. We beat the Rams.
Not this. No.
Yes.
Hold on a second. My question is, if the Lions would like to be a serious championship contender in today's NFL, we need to address the other rush position. Plus, we got guys coming off injuries.
Mike, I love your conviction, but I want you to answer this. How many sacks did Philadelphia have last year, and where did they rank during the season in quarterback sacks?
I can't answer that, but I can tell you this. They had two guys in the middle. I think it's important to answer this question because I'll tell you, they ranked 15th in the NFL. You just said you can't win the Super Bowl if you can't chase down the quarterback. They ranked 15th, middle of the pack in the NFL. Kansas City ranked 19th. What did they do in the Super Bowl, though? What
Listen
did they
to
do
this,
in the playoffs in the
19th,
Super Bowl?
And the Lions ranked just behind Kansas City. They had 41, 39, and 37 sacks. Listen, Mike, they had 41, 39, and 37 sacks. That's Philly, Kansas City, and Detroit. And Detroit didn't have Aiden Hutchinson for more than half the year. So you tell me, with a healthy Aiden Hutchinson, would they rank ahead of Philadelphia? They were devastated by injuries when they played Washington.
What did Philly do against Washington?
Philly was healthy.
What did they do with the healthy people that they had? They ran the quarterback down. What did they do against Kansas City in the Super Bowl?
I guess you don't think that Aiden Hutchinson makes a difference. Okay, cool. Thanks, Mike.
I do think Aiden.
No, you don't, because they didn't have him for half that season, including the playoff game, and you're completely discounting that, which is ridiculous.
Well, you know what, though?
No.
That being said, Mike, I think they're going to take an edge rusher in one of the first couple picks they have.
I agree, and I just think the idea that you need to basically.
Thanks a lot, Schrager.
Well, yeah, right. This guy here doesn't think losing Aiden Hutchinson really impacted last season, and I don't know. How would Philly's pass rush have been without Josh Sweat? Right? I mean,
who's nowhere near as good as Hutchinson.
No, he's not. But he's the guy that was really made a huge impact in that Super Bowl. And so, they could. I think they're going to address the edge rusher position as well. But it's not like they don't have talent there.
Yeah. Do you think it mattered that they didn't have Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil?
Yes.
Do you think that mattered?
I think it mattered quite a bit.
Okay. Or Carlton Davis?
It's really, really unfortunate. And, he's frustrated by the way last season ended, and we can all be frustrated by the way last season ended. The question becomes, do you address the problem that is perhaps already fixed in-house? I mean, they have one of the things that everybody's trying to get. They have Aiden Hutchinson. Others are trying to find Aiden Hutchinson. Most teams don't have one Aiden Hutchinson. The Lions do.
Look, I have questions about Shamar Stewart because of his lack of productivity in college.
Yeah.
I know that he fits the suit. He looks like the guy because his RAS score is crazy good. That being said, if I have a choice between Shamar Stewart and Will Johnson at 28, I'm probably going to take Shamar Stewart because there's a lot to work with there at a position of need, and this is a guy.
Yeah, I think on a surface level, I'm not sure I disagree with him too much, other than the Lions weren't that much different than Philly and Kansas City in the regular season, and the Lions didn't have their best player.
When you start, I mean, I don't know. When you're putting down Brad Holmes as much as he was, I think that's a little much, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Brad's built this team from the ground up with the draft. He's done an amazing job with the draft. Nobody can dispute that, apparently, except for the last caller.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, open lines. All right, we said we get to the buzz out of New York for this Pistons-Knicks series, Game 3 tonight. I saw this, and I just thought, wow, because it's exactly what our producer Kang said yesterday of the Knicks. Headline from the New York Post. The sub-headline was, the Knicks invested a lot to provide Jalen Brunson with needed scoring help, but the supporting cast can't, support if it never gets the ball. Kang loved the way the fourth quarter went the other night because Jalen Brunson was so ball dominant, he didn't get his teammates involved. Kang, you got support from the New York Post. Congratulations.
Well, I just hope the Knicks don't figure that out because, I mean, it's because Brunson, great player. But if he's obsessed with foul hunting and not getting the ball to move around, especially the cat down low who's very, very good in his own right.
Unbelievable.
Then, that way the Pistons only have to defend one guy. And as JB Bickerstaff says, they got a lot of guys, they'll run at him. And if we don't have to worry about Brunson, then that's fine by me. And the Pistons, they play more as a team. And if the Knicks want to play just one-on-one, then that's advantage Pistons. And because if you're not using Karl Anthony Towns, that's criminal on your side.
Right. And the other thing that's become a bit of a theme out of New York is that the Knicks are kind of getting punked physically. The Pistons are dominating them on the glass. And if they are called out in that regard, this series and this game tomorrow night across the way there at LCA, Scott, this could be an all-out old-school basketball war. If they feel like they need to match the Pistons' physicality, which, by the way, they've done a good portion of this series without their most physical presence in Beef Stew. If you want to step to him and he's on the floor, thoughts and prayers. But I don't know if he's going to play. But that could be an interesting backdrop to how this game looks tomorrow night.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Kane said it. It was criminal that they chose not to utilize the talents of Karl Anthony Towns in the fourth quarter. It was a massive mistake. And was that ego? Okay, love it. There's another reason that you could just laugh at Brunson and what he was doing. But I suspect that the Knicks are going to figure that out, and that there's going to be a heavy dose of Karl Anthony Towns, but maybe it goes too much in the other direction. Can the Pistons stand up to that? I think they can, but a lot of that is going to depend on if Isaiah Stewart's able to play in this game. And let's hope that he is going to be able to, because that does provide that kind of coverage.
248-539-9797. Pistons and Knicks tomorrow night at LCA. Coming up today at noon, we're going to let you in on a little secret. It is about one of our teams. Bit of an announcement. You won't want to miss it. That's today at noon here on Carson Anderson outside Comerica Park on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, spring is here, and there's no better time to make a move than right now at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. The weather's warming up, the days are getting longer, and it's the perfect time to take advantage of some incredible offers that are hard to beat. Right now, you can lease a 2025 Equinox EV for just $159 a month. That's right, only $159 a month. Plus, if you're looking for something with a little more power, you can drive off in a 2025 Silverado for just $298 a month. And here's the best part. Both offers are with just $999 down, and that includes taxes and fees. Yep, you heard that right. No hidden surprises. So whether you need a sleek new SUV or a powerful truck, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has the perfect vehicle waiting for you. But you'll need to act fast. These deals won't last long. So why wait? Head over to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and take a test drive. You're going to see for yourself why they're known for making car buying a stress-free experience. Spring into action today. Don't miss out on any of these fantastic deals. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Together, let's drive. How far down the list of Padre players do you think you would go before you got to Arias, where you'd want to wear a jersey? I mean, I would imagine it might be Tatis Jr., maybe a Machado.
Yep.
Some of the pitching.
I'll tell you,
got
I'll tell you
last
something
night
that
with
would concern me is if my I found this out the other night. If my wife showed up in a Dylan Cease jersey, I would not be happy. Oh, look, the mower. Okay. Perhaps you can hear the mower that is mowing the not grass across from us.
There's no grass.
There's no grass. The mower is running, and there is virtually no grass.
I mean,
the grounds crew must have got word that we were going to be here, broadcasting live, but there's the mower. And
my man,
that grass does not look like it needs to be mowed.
No, he's got
at all.
This is or weed whacked.
Hysterical.
Got that
Absolutely.
ready to go.
Here comes the weed whack. Got to get that done. So, I wouldn't think a Luis Arias jersey would be high on the list.
No.
My wife was like, "Who's that?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Pitching for the Padres. I'm like, Dylan Cease. And she goes, "Oh, okay." And I'm like, "Oh, do we like Dylan Cease?" So, don't need to see her wearing that jersey.
No, but we did see.
Of course,
Arias.
I counter with my Tony Gwynn jersey.
There you go. We did see an Arias jersey go by. That's why that was odd.
Speaking, we were just talking about the Pistons and that game tomorrow night at LCA. This is really cool. The Birchie Kid on our website, you can read the whole thing at 971theticket.com. It's about the symmetry that the Detroit sports teams are having. Last year, and I was actually sitting with him last night at the game, and we were talking about, how much fun it is to be covering Detroit sports at this time. And he's a reporter, and he writes for our website and does a great job. And he wrote about last year the Lions were, suddenly in the mix for the Super Bowl, and the Tigers chased down that improbable playoff berth. And in the middle of all that, Cade Cunningham, it was some sort of PR event. He might have been announcing a deal with StockX. I can't remember what it was. But he made the comment that, here we go, that's how we want it to be, seeing the Lions do the same thing. Everybody in Detroit is doing that. So I believe we're next. Only the best is to come. That was Cade Cunningham at this announcement last fall. And it's the kind of thing that you have to say, right? The Pistons were coming off a lowly season. You had the Tigers' improbable run. You had the Lions, which had everybody's attention. And Cade Cunningham stands up in September and says, we're next. And everybody's like, hey, bravo, Cade, whatever. Kind of give it the hand wave. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he was right. And here they are. And here's the best part. A.J. Hinch was speaking of it, and Will wrote about it in his story. This is A.J. Hinch talking about the Piston fans. We quickly became Lions fans and Piston fans and Wings fans when we joined the city. And I love that our players are all into it. They're all making plans to go on Thursday. We'll have a strong contingency there. I'm going to be there because when you're all in on the city, these moments matter. These moments are remembered by fans and by players, and those experiences stand out specifically here in Detroit because of how cool of a sports town this is. A.J. Hinch, and as he puts it, all of the Tigers are going to be at Game 3, Pistons-Knicks. I feel like Jamison Williams is always showing up at these kinds of big events. I'm excited about some of the sports symmetry that we have going on here. And as Will put it in the story, we still have fresh scars from the sports nuclear winter we were in about 5-6 years ago.
I mean, there's cross-pollination throughout the sports. I mean, you see, like Mo Sider and Lucas Raymond were at Lions practices last year. And you mentioned the J-Mo's at the Tigers games. And we've seen multiple players at Pistons games. And everybody just – why wouldn't you want to get on board? This is a fun time of the year when we get to the playoffs, and we haven't seen the playoffs in forever for the Pistons. It's been forever since the Red Wings made the playoffs. And with the weather starting to change here, it gets even better.
Yeah, Kirby Joseph threw out the first pitch here at Comerica Park. So you see a lot of that sports symmetry, and it is really fun. And
did he try to pick off his first pitch too? Like kind of lob it towards the catcher and then run in front, snag it out of the way.
I thought you meant did he try and pick off the runner at first? Like I thought that's where you were going with that, but
No,
maybe the way you put it
intercept
makes more
his
sense.
own pitch, yes.
Given. Hey, that's John Jansen.
It is John Jansen.
What's up, John? How you doing, buddy? And his lovely bride is here too. Where's the mower? It just left.
It literally just left. You missed the mower by 5 minutes.
Hysterically, you missed the mower. They were mowing that grass. Yeah, John, that grass right across from us. We heard that we had about 1,000 kids come by and an ambulance before the mower. So whatever you had on your bingo card today. Yeah, you were going to heckle us. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. John Jansen from our morning show is here for Gibby Day, one of John's all-time favorites. And his lovely bride is here as well. So you guys have fun. Enjoy the day. Anyway, we're just talking about Pistons and Knicks and how this ticket, man, we've got such a draft-centric show tomorrow. I want to give that game its just due because this should be unprecedented, that kind of atmosphere and that kind of feeling at LCA. I mean, probably the most important game that was played was in the history of LCA. There were some big Red Wing games last year in a playoff chase. And, yeah, they were playoff games, but they didn't have a chance. Is it Michigan State's March Madness appearance there?
Maybe. I mean, was it, I think, the debut of Blake Griffin?
Yeah.
Was that it?
I mean, it was
that was an event you had to be.
It was an event.
It was an event,
and it was a coveted ticket. But there's been nothing like the premium on this game tomorrow night, is there? This is probably the most coveted ticket in the history, sports ticket in the history of LCA.
I just checked the weather again.
Well, they're going to play that game indoors.
I know, but for people to get down ahead of time and enjoy outside, 83 degrees tomorrow outside.
Yeah, well, that is awesome. That is awesome. It's pretty nice.
So when you get the whole LCA Plaza that we keep talking about for years, how great it would be for a play. Yes, now we get to experience it. And the weather's going to cooperate too. I would hope people are just showing up all afternoon tomorrow.
Well,
can't wait.
It's a great, I don't know if you watched any of that Maple Leafs Ottawa game last night. Went to overtime, and Toronto won. But they kept showing the plaza outside with all the fans watching it and going nuts on the overtime goal. And as much as I'm not a fan of Toronto, I'm jealous of that kind of atmosphere. And I don't know that we'll have that necessarily, but there could be a presence. That could be something. If this team makes a deep run and the weather is better and better and they get past the Knicks and they upset the Celtics in one of those games.
Do you dare to dream? Remember what it was like?
Dude.
I mean, when they were getting to the finals, and it was like that was the expectation. We've had 2 points in our life where that was the expectation. And the most recent one was just – it was great. Everybody getting the flags, put them on the car and a whole bit. And but the weather – It does play that role, man. It makes it even sweeter.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. But Pistons and Knicks coming up, and that is tomorrow night, and we will be talking about it more. Previewing that game tomorrow here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Today is Gibby Day here at Comerica Park, which means if you are still thinking of coming down here and you haven't purchased your tickets yet, do so through the Kirk Gibson Foundation.org website. A portion of the proceeds from tickets purchased through that website will directly benefit his foundation. The foundation, which Kirk Gibson put together to help people with Parkinson's and their quality of life through the development and delivery of activity-based programs. They're going to have a Parkinson's Wellness Center on Northwestern Highway, first of its kind, that will be opening up soon. And certainly we wish Gibby nothing but the best. Saw him the other day in the station, and he just was so excited about this Tiger team.
Looks great.
Yep. And we'll talk a little bit about this Tiger team next hour as they get set to take on the Padres. Final game of this series. San Diego winning last night 2-0. Here at Comerica Park, it's Carson Anderson. We will let you in on a bit of a secret, as there's an announcement coming up today at 12 noon, and we'll have it for you live here on the air on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers lineup is in as they look to take their sixth series to begin the season. Javi Baez will start his third consecutive game in center field. In ththose 2 games, he's caught all 7 of his chances. Reese Olson is on the mound for Detroit. His last start, he went 5 innings, allowing 4 hits. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket, coming up at 1:10. According to NBA writer Mark Spears, the Pelicans are hiring away Troy Weaver to serve as their senior VP under Joe Dumars. After being let go from the Pistons, he's been working for the Wizards the last couple of years as their senior advisor. The Professional Women's Hockey League, which has reportedly had interest in adding a team in Detroit, has announced a 2 p.m. press conference to talk about expansion. It's believed that Vancouver is getting a team, according to the AP. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thanks for being with us here on a Wednesday in Detroit. Sun's out and shining, and we are in downtown Detroit where the Tigers take on the San Diego Padres. Final game of this series today. Doug Karsch, Scott the Gator Anderson. Not a great offensive game last night from our Tigers, was it?
No, 3 hits and 2 walks is not winning baseball, and yet they only lost 2-0. It was a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel for what we have in today's baseball when pitchers aren't going to go the distance, but nonetheless, it was a pretty good pitcher's duel. Flaherty got in a little trouble early and then was really good, and the Tigers bullpen does what the Tigers bullpen does.
Okay, we'll get to the Tigers coming up a little bit later on this hour. As we said, we have a chance to let you in on a little secret, and to do so, we bring in Rich DeRocher, who is the Chief Communications and Content Officer for the National Football League. And Rich, thank you for being with us. Tell the people of Detroit the big news.
Well, thank you for having me on, and I don't want to lead off by correcting you, but I do want to not give anybody the wrong impression. I am actually Chief Communications and Content Officer for the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
My apologies.
That's okay, but in conjunction with the NFL, we are thrilled to announce that the 2025 Pro Football Hall of Fame game presented by Novartis will include the Detroit Lions facing the Los Angeles Chargers. I almost said San Diego. Can you believe it? Detroit Lions and Los Angeles Chargers. And we could not be any happier.
Well, that's awesome. We do know that the Lions last year were a huge ratings getter for all the networks. I think every network that carried the NFL -1 had the Lions as their number 1 rated game, in their number 1 rated game last year. And one network that didn't have them had them as the number 2 rated game. Does that play a role at all? How does the selection process work?
Well, you know, what we try to do each year is get teams who are associated, with one of the new class members coming in. We were a little bit challenged this year because, for a couple of different reasons. The class is small, so that created a smaller number of teams that we could even reach out to in the first place to make that connection. Now, Antonio Gates is a member of the class of 2025. He spent his entire career with the Chargers, so that was kind of a natural fit. But because of the limitations on the number of other teams associated with a class member, and then some different things like the Eagles are tied to Eric Allen, but they had played in the Super Bowl, and to ask them to turn around, play the opener the next year is, something that wasn't working out real well. But I'll tell you what, Detroit was always at the top of our list anyway, if we could get anybody to come in here and play the game, and we're very grateful to the ownership group, Coach Campbell and others who said, yeah, they wanted to be involved in it. And it has been a very long time since the Lions have been here. So that's another reason that we're particularly excited about this.
Well, you mentioned Antonio Gates. He is a Detroit native, too, so there's certainly that kind of aspect that Lions fans from Detroit going down to Canton to watch the game, they get to see him. So that's cool.
It is cool, and, the Lions have been designated as the home team. We'll know here shortly how they want to outfit themselves. But man, it's if you're a fan of Columbia blue, Honolulu blue, baby blue, sky blue, the stadium's going to be awash with that beautiful color. And I think a lot of fans enjoy seeing the color schemes of both of these teams, and just some fun things like that. It's going to show up great on television. NBC is announced as the broadcast partner with their Sunday night crew. So I mean, this is A-level stuff, and of course in the Detroit area, there's probably a few fans who remember Coach Harbaugh and what he was able to do at the University of Michigan. Can hopefully bring a few fans of interest in that regard. So our president in the news release said one of the things that excites him is the caliber of teams coming in. It is not always lined up this well, where two teams playing in the first game to kick off the new season are two teams with legitimate Super Bowl aspirations. Everybody says at this time of the year, hey, we're playing to get into the Super Bowl. Half the league, maybe 2/3 of the league, that's they can say it, but it may only be realistic for a third to a half to maybe 2/3 of the teams. These are two teams that can legitimately say that, and quite honestly, will think the season's a disappointment if they don't get that far.
You mentioned that you don't know yet what the uniforms are going to look like, what the Lions going to pick. Is it possible? Would you guys allow like the Chargers to wear the powder blue and the Lions to wear the black?
Yeah, I think the Hall of Fame would probably do cartwheels if that's how this all played out. I think it would just be up to the league and the network. I don't know if the network has a vote. I know, of course, the league does, because technically it's the league's game, and we facilitate the game for them. I honestly wouldn't see anybody who would say no to that.
Rich DeRozier, Chief Communications and Content Officer of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Lions and Chargers announced in this year's game. They will play the Lions in the Pro Football Hall of Fame game. For Lions fans who might want to make the trek down there, what do they have access to in the entire weekend?
Well, let's make sure everybody knows the date first, because the date for the game is going to be Thursday night, July 31st, with an 8 o'clock kickoff. And that really is it's not the first event of what is almost a 2-week celebration now in Canton of the newest class. But it's the first marquee and national event. So you've got the Hall of Fame game on that Thursday night. And then Friday night is when the incoming class members get their gold jacket at the dinner in downtown Canton. And then Saturday afternoon is when they deliver their enshrinement speeches. So certainly we would welcome anybody from Detroit, like you said, family, friends, acquaintances, people who want to help Antonio Gates celebrate, come and take in the game and stay for the whole weekend and make it a 3-event affair for yourselves, the game and the gold jacket dinner and the enshrinement.
Well,
and if you want to stay a little bit longer, we're bringing Nickelback in for the concert on Sunday night. So there's something to do for everybody.
There you go. Hey, I'm going to make a prediction. Lions fans take over Canton.
I think you're probably right on that, and I'll tell you, it has been really enjoyable to see more Lions jerseys in the museum over the last 2 years. This is clearly a franchise on the right trajectory. You would see an occasional Barry Sanders jersey in the museum. We'd see an occasional Calvin Johnson jersey in the museum. Hey, we might even see an occasional Lem Barney jersey, that somebody was wearing in the museum. But for the last year and a half, more and more Jared Goffs, more and more Aiden Hutchinsons, just more and more people, bringing out their Lions gear, supporting the team and coming to visit Canton. And now we think we've added another special reason for people to make that trip. So we're looking forward to it and happy to celebrate it with the city of Detroit.
Rich DeRozier for the Hall of Fame. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me, and we are bracing for impact.
As you should. Thanks, Rich.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Lions and Chargers in this year's Hall of Fame game, Thursday, July 31st.
Well, you talk about all the new Lion jerseys starting to see. Now you're gonna see two different kinds of Gibbs jerseys there too now. They're going to be flooding in at the end of July.
That's true. Antonio Gates going into the Hall of Fame. I know a guy in Mississippi who might make the trip up. The barbecue joint.
Oh. Yeah, well, sure. There's that guy. He was a big fan of Antonio Gates. Had the high school jersey, right? Or it was Kent State. It was Kent State jersey.
Kent State Antonio Gates jersey, which was hysterical when we made our trip to the Super Bowl and ended up getting barbecue in Mississippi on the drive down there. A guy out there with the smoker had a Antonio Gates jersey. We were all excited, and he wanted no part of us. He wasn't
really
particularly interested. We're like, hey, Kent State, yeah, Antonio Gates.
Leave me alone.
He's like, whatever. So there you go, Lions in the Hall of Fame game. I mean, it's only symmetry, right, that you play in the first game of the NFL season and the last game of the NFL season.
That's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prediction. We will not see a lot of starters in that game for Detroit. We
No.
will see plenty of Hendon Hooker.
Which
if you are
I
a Hendon
will be
Hooker fan,
happy to see.
July 31st, Lions and Chargers Hall of Fame game. You know, and so now they're going to play the extra. That means they get 4 preseason games, right?
Is that what that means?
I think it does.
Oh.
Still, we'll have football to watch on July 31st.
Well,
With our team in it.
What you will see is what you just mentioned. Not only in that game, you're going to see a lot of Hendon Hooker. You're going to see a lot of Hendon Hooker in the preseason. An awful lot of Hendon Hooker in the preseason. And to an extent, Kyle Allen, too.
Yep.
As those two will battle out for who's going to be the backup quarterback until Teddy Bridgewater decides to come back. Hey, guys, high school season's done. You guys need anybody? Sure, come on board.
Yeah. Anyway, there it is. Lions playing in this year's Hall of Fame game. Let's get into the Tigers here a little bit as they take on the Padres this afternoon. In a game, we'll turn it over to the Tigers Network today.
Here we go.
At 12:45. Take 3 and 3, 2, 1. Tigers Network at 12:45 as they close out this series with San Diego. Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. And here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. And they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Are you not happy? They'll come back between visits and make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Get to some Tiger stuff coming up here on Carson Anderson. If you're just joining us, things are percolating in the world of professional football with the National Football League draft tomorrow. Meantime, we just had the announcement that the Lions are playing in this year's Hall of Fame game coming up on Thursday, July 31st against the L.A. Chargers. We were discussing some of the reports out there today regarding people that in the early 20s are looking to trade back. Well, could the Lions be looking to execute a game plan 2 years in a row where they move up to get their guy? Also, Diana Rossini saying that there is sources telling her that the Browns and Giants, who own the first 2 picks of the second round, are in trade talks with teams at the back end of the first round, which is where the Lions are. And what would a trade back like that look like? Well, she's hinting that that could go down, and if it goes down, would the Lions be involved? That's a question we're asking. Those teams would be after that late first-round quarterback, but they could grab their guy and get the 5th year. It is a weird year for quarterbacks. I think the quarterback class this year, we can further emphasize, Scott, this is why I think there should never be hard and fast rules for the draft, because quarterbacks always go at the top of the draft. Perhaps this year it's not a wise move.
It may not be. I mean, I was reading something yesterday about the Titans at number 1 and making the case for why they shouldn't take Cam Ward. If people are evaluating Cam Ward and saying that he would slot in, in last year's draft somewhere around Bo Nix and Michael Penix in between those 2 quarterbacks, I mean, just because you have a need at quarterback doesn't mean you should do that at number 1. You could trade back and take a quarterback, or perhaps, I mean, if I were Tennessee, I'd take the best player that you could have, which is probably Abdul Carter, and then I'd take a quarterback in the next round. Because there will be other good, decent quarterbacks. I don't know if is there a ton of disparity between Cam Ward and Jackson Dart? If you can trade back in the first round, which is what these teams are talking about doing, I think that it would be wise for them.
Well, Gator, I'm taking a look at Todd McShay's mock draft just released today.
Todd.
Todd McShay's mock draft at 28 on the board for the Detroit Lions. Names like Donovan Ezaraku, Shannon Revel Jr., the cornerback out of East Carolina. Some people covet Josh Simmons, the tackle out of Ohio State. On the board, all there at 28. But alas, the phone rings.
Oh.
And on the other end of the line, according to Todd McShay, is the New York Giants. The Giants offer the Lions the pick at 34, so the second pick of the second round, and the pick at 99, again, in a mock trade, according to Todd McShay, and they will move up and select Jackson Dart. So the Detroit Lions will end up getting the pick on the third pick of the second round, or is it the second pick? It's the second pick of the second round. And they will get a 4th rounder at the beginning of the 4th round.
That's a third-round pick.
Check that. It's their late third-round pick, not their early third-round pick. Their late third-round pick, which would give the Lions the pick at 99 and 102. You would do it in a heartbeat, huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because there's you're only sliding back 6 spots. You're likely to get still a really, really good, impactful player there.
You get a player at 34. You come back with a late second rounder at 60, and then 2 late third rounders if you make this trade. Interesting scenario presented by Todd McShay.
Sure, and then you know what would happen then, because this is what Brad Holmes does. Then he's picking up the phone, calling somebody else, and saying, "Okay, we'll package our 2 third-round picks to move back into the second round, or package a third-round pick in the 60 pick and move up higher in the second round." It's just stuff that he does. There's a lot of flexibility. I think it would make all the sense in the world if that offer presents itself. That would make all the sense in the world to do something like that.
Things are percolating in the National Football League. In the meantime, some feedback coming in on the draft. I'd love to move up for Will Johnson. Questions surrounding his 40 time could cause him to fall. That's from an unnamed texter. Well, whoever sent this, maybe you sent it before we got to the Pete Schrager mock that had Will Johnson still on the board at 28. Another one here. I wouldn't touch Will. He's been injured all year, and cornerbacks is I don't know what he means there. They don't need a cornerback. The Lions need O-line, D-line, and pass rush.
I don't get worried too much about a guy who was hurt last year. I mean, if let's say he got hurt his freshman year and then was completely healthy his sophomore and junior year, Do you go back and say anything about the freshman year when he got hurt?
Not likely.
No. So why are people citing this injury right now? Now, if you're citing it because you think that he's got a pattern of getting hurt because it was a foot injury and then he develops a hamstring injury, and at least that's what they said, that the reason that he wasn't running at the pro day, and you think he's injury prone, then I suppose that's a different thing. But I wouldn't hesitate too much on guys that got dinged up last year, particularly if it's not an ACL or something debilitating like that. I mean, you were talking about a foot injury. You know, you heal up from that.
Well, I think it's natural to have be a little bit gun shy given what happened last year. And if you kind of step back and take the emotion out of it, you're of course right. But it's difficult to sell an injured player to a town that saw their season get submarined by injuries, you know?
Yeah, and I also think that, you know, there's some people that will say that, look, did he need to sit out the rest of the season like he did? Could he have come back and played? Could he have pushed it? Does he really love football? And if there's any validity to that, I mean, that doesn't sound like a Brad Holmes kind of guy or a Dan Campbell kind of guy. I don't know if I'd put too much stock into that. I think he was probably hurt significantly. And when you look at the end of the season when they didn't have, you know, a college football playoff to play for, at that point, I don't begrudge any college player that says, you know what, I'm just going to focus on the draft.
Next text, give me Donovan Ezaraku. This kid's going to be great. Or Mike Green. Both of them will just be behind Abdul Carter. Also, anybody who takes Shamar Stewart in the first round should be fired. When you can't be productive in college, you're not going to be productive in the pros, especially at the defensive line spot. This is Rick at work. Love the show.
Well,
Kang, your job is not in jeopardy.
Stewart is a guy that, I mean, he does show up on film.
Yes.
He's quite active on film. What you don't see a lot is finishing before the whistle. You know, he's the guy hanging on to the player, taking him down as the whistle's being blown. He only had 4.5 sacks in 3 years at Texas A&M, but it doesn't mean that he was completely invisible on film. The scouts love him. They absolutely love him, and then, of course, even more so because of the combine numbers and the high RAS score and all that. And it's eye-popping to see that kind of stuff. But if you can watch his film and see, you know what, there's a ton of pressure here. Quarterback was forced out of the pocket. They're freaking out and throw the ball, you know, off target, off line, and off time. That's you can have something there. They already have one of them, right? Aiden Hutchinson's already there, and he's great.
Yep.
So to add somebody else that gets a ton of pressure, I'm not against it.
Gator, I told the story earlier, and today is Gibby Day here at Comerica Park, and we think it's awesome that he is getting honored on a day. On the 23rd, he wore number 23, and against the Padres, who he hit the memorable home run against to beat in the World Series. And I told the story, my favorite Kirk Gibson memory is an off-the-air memory, and just when he was showing me how he got back at a guy in hockey by taking him into the corner after he had perceived a cheap shot from said player. But he couldn't just tell me, he had to show me. Right. The next thing I know, I was pinned against an office wall with his elbow in my neck, and I'm like, yeah, Gibby, I got it. What is your favorite Gibby memory? Is it on the field? Is it off the field? Because there are plenty on the field memories.
Right. For me, I mean, if I go off the field stuff, there's the two that come to mind. The one was when he and I were hosting a show together, and he ducks out of the studio before we went to commercial, and it was in December of, I forget what year it was, 2005 maybe, 2004, somewhere in there, and he comes back during the commercial break, and he's like, I think we got our guy. I'm like, what? He goes, Michigan State, we got a new coach. And then we came back on the air, and I said, well, what are you ducking out of the studio for? And he said, well, what would you say if Michigan State were to hire a new football coach, just kind of run-of-the-mill guy, you know, your average kind of guy? You mean like John Smith? I said, yeah, something like that. And we broke the news that the Spartans had signed John L. Smith as their next coach.
That set Twitter ablaze back in 2004.
Well, it set the world ablaze because it didn't take long before it got to John L. Smith, and Louisville was playing in a bowl game that night, and they were not happy about that story getting leaked out. But there's that. The other one that really comes to mind is more of a personal thing with Gibby, is being in spring training in Lakeland years ago, and I was in the broadcast booth with Gibby. Gibby was doing the show from there, the afternoon show from there, while everybody else was back in the studio. And he jabs me and goes, "Watch this, I'm going to get Gary." And he just said something. He said, "Well, hey, Gary, what if," and I forget what it was that he said, but he did it only to needle Gary Danielson.
Spectacular.
And that's the only reason he did it. And Gary starts getting really upset and then getting louder and louder, and Gibby's just laughing because he knew he was able
Watch
to
me get my guy lined up.
Yeah.
And he announced it to you beforehand.
Yeah.
So great. Anyway, Gibby, the foundation today. If you haven't purchased tickets yet or you want to support his foundation, purchase your tickets through KirkGibsonFoundation.org. Portion of the proceeds will go to his foundation, or you can just support. Check it out, the KirkGibsonFoundation.org. So the Tigers and Padres. Tigers lose last night 2-0. We'll get into that game and preview today's game next. Hey, don't miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances of the NBA playoffs with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make heads-up plays with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet the player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you got to check it out. All those latest stats will be updated. See who's hot without leaving that app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can combine live props into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So go find a prop bet, move the line, because you can do that. You won't get a big return on your $5, but bet Cade to score more than 10 points in Game 3, that kind of thing, and you'll get your $5 win, and then you'll get your $250 in bonus bets. Do with whatever what you want. FanDuel.com/Doug. To join today. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. So Tigers last night taking on this Padre team that they'll wrap up their series with today. For the game, Gator, had a chance to hang out here a little bit. Went to Cobb's Corner Bar up in the Wayne State neighborhood.
Yeah?
And grabbed some tacos from Shell Shocked.
Oh,
pretty good.
tacos.
Yeah. Very good tacos. And a couple beers. Came down here, hung out with the Birch kid, watched the game last night. And what I saw was a lot of pop-ups. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it seemed like the Tigers popped up a lot.
Yeah, that they did. It's just that the Pavetta did a great job of keeping the team off balance through the 7 innings that he pitched. And then they go to the bullpen, and jeez. You got a guy who comes in there and throws his first fastball at 94, then ups it to 97, then 98, then 99. It's one of these just good luck making contact. Even it's coming. All he threw were fastballs, but they couldn't really put it in play.
The first one hit the backstop.
Yeah, but it's so tough. Pavetta was amazing what he was doing with bending this breaking ball that would just absolutely freeze you. Yep. You might be sitting on fastball. Here comes this curveball that looks like it's going to hit. It's going to be way at the top of the zone, and it drops down to the bottom part of the zone. I mean, that I don't know what the feet of break is on that pitch, but it was devastatingly good. And just take your hat off to a great pitching performance there. And it's not like the Tigers pitched poorly either. I mean, they only gave up 2 runs in the game. They were pretty good and had some pretty good defense. Chase Young made an amazing play at third base, but couldn't throw out the runner. A little speedy down the base pass there, but a nice play by Chase Young, and you can tell he's really been working on the defense. Be nice to see him get his first hit this year, and hopefully soon his first home run, get off the schneid there.
So today's matchup, it's Reese Olson against Kyle Hart. Kyle Hart is one of the more interesting stories in baseball. I think the first year he pitched in the majors was 2020. It's 2025. This is the second year he's pitched in the majors. He's 32 years old. 2-1 with a 6.48 ERA and a 1.38 WHIP. The over/under on today's game, 8.5, rather high. But Reese Olson coming off a very good outing for Detroit.
Yeah, let's hope that Reese continues to pitch like that. He's kind of like the forgotten guy in the rotation because he's right smack dab there in the middle behind the 2 big guns, and then you got Casey Mize and Jackson Jobe, the former first-round picks that are there at the end of the rotation. But he's shown that he can absolutely pitch well.
Yeah. Now, because of yesterday's result, the Tigers are now in second place in the American League Central as Cleveland stays hot.
Yeah, that's off-putting, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't like it, but
no, they're off to a great start. They're 14-9 this year. Tigers are 14-10. I think these two teams are going to be battling each other quite a bit throughout the season. Yep. It's maybe a bit of a surprise to see both teams are off to such a great start. But that's the case, and they both played some pretty tough teams to start off the season.
I will tell you that I had an acquaintance whose brother was in the White Sox system years ago, and he's a minor leaguer, and he's sitting there, and he's trying to make it, and he's battling away at low A ball, and they bring in a kid who's like 17 years old to play on this team, and it was his first realization, I'm not going to make it. Because this kid is next-level talented. And that kid was Fernando Tatis Jr., and that was sort of his first eye-opener. He didn't think it was going to be easy, but he was like, I got a chance here. And then he realized, no, that's what a guy who has a chance looks like. And he just looks like an avatar, like something out of a video game. He is such an incredible athlete and fun to watch.
Yeah, he's wildly talented. He's fun to watch. Guys that, look, we all love the long ball, right? You hit the ball deep, and he can hit it as deep as anybody. He's just a ton of fun to watch. They've got a lot of players on this team that are exciting to watch. San Diego spent a ton of money on this team, and they haven't gotten the results that they'd like. They've spent money on pitching. They've spent money on hitting. We'll see if this is a season where they can kind of put it together, but hopefully not at the expense of the Tigers today.
Where's Zach McKinstry starting to rank in your favorite Tigers?
I mean, he's crawling up there. The problem is and it's my problem, is that I had him so low on the totem pole.
Right.
I wasn't a fan, and I kept waiting for his, a better option to be the last guy on the roster, which is kind of the way I viewed him. And then he put together a decent spring, and then carries this over into the regular season. And through 21 games that he's played, he's been fantastic. And you have to recognize, and I think after like a week of it, I was like, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
But now it's been a solid 20-plus games where he's been more than just a guy. I mean, he was 314 going into yesterday's game, and the on-base percentage of 424. Just comes up with big hits, had the triple and the double the other day. I've just been wildly impressed with what he does, and he's a big part of this team, and that's what he's done at the plate, and he's valuable because he can play anywhere in the field, and that they can't have enough of those guys.
You know what's funny is you think about bad teams in the past and that the Tigers have had, and you look at him and you go, all right, this guy could be a valuable player as the 24th or 25th man on a loaded roster. But when that player's asked to like start and carry the load, you go, well, he's not up to that. And it felt like the lineup in the past was filled with guys that would be good 24th, 25th man. McKinstry in this role is incredibly valuable, and they use him at advantageous times. And emerges. And I like to say that no city, in my opinion, embraces the role player as well as Detroit.
Well, the way he's playing and the way he's being used, it's like Ryan Rayburn or a Don Kelly type, right?
Yeah.
But his production has been way beyond those guys.
I wrote those two names down earlier to compare them, and you, Donnie Kelly and Ryan Rayburn.
But his production to this point has been way beyond those. Those guys weren't hitting like this. Now, maybe Ryan Rayburn had more power than Zach McKinstry, but Zach McKinstry he's a tough out every time he comes to the plate. It was kind of cool watching the game last night. Scott Harris was up in the broadcast booth for a full inning. And
I was in line at that point and saw him, and I'm like, ooh, I wish I could hear that.
It was funny. Benetti was really funny with him, as you would expect.
You don't say.
Yeah, right. But, I mean, it's an exciting time right now, and, some players are exceeding the expectations, and, this is the team that he built, and he's very proud of it, and there's a lot more to come. And Scott Harris is like, look, what happens here when these guys get healthy, you're really going to see a team come together when we get guys back.
Well, the one thing about last night is that some of the Tigers really did put a charge into the baseball. Riley Green hit it very hard twice. Spencer Torkelson hit it hard once. Unfortunately, both Green and Tork hit it to the deepest part of the ballpark. Yeah. So there were some good swings in there, and that's really sort of the baseline that I look at is what's your contact like, and both Tork and Riley Green had some very good swings. It was good to see with Riley Green, who needs some luck. Needs a ball put in play to drop for him now and again, even when he doesn't swing the bat well. But last night he couldn't catch a break. Tigers try and bounce back today in Game 3 of this series against the San Diego Padres. And the Tigers, the schedule in the early going, they played some of the best teams in baseball, still competitive. So it's good to see. Scott, thank you as always.
Thank you, Doug.
Yep, and we'll do it again tomorrow. NFL Draft Day tomorrow. Pistons and the Knicks in Game 3 of that series. Looking forward to all of that coming up tomorrow here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh. Check out the spring savings at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. $289. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87 say Sarah or say Sarah.